You thought you could escape me. Little did you understand. How? You're not going to escape me, so... That's a thing. Wow. Turn these off here. I'm not sure if I'm live yet, of course. Oh, apparently I'm live. Yay. Okay. Congrats, Bregman. Is that sufficient to begin the thing? Because if it is, then that's awesome. No, I was just... What the... Okay, we're still here. That was weird. Anyways, I was just having someone accuse me of being an FF6, an annoying FF6 fan, I believe is how it was phrased word for word. Then I was reading the comment the gentleman left. You can do it, Bragwin. I believe in you. It is Deutsch. Here, hang on. What was his exact wording? Give me a moment. Where is that comment? Come on, YouTube. Wake up. You quote word for word. You sound like another annoying FF6 fan. I enjoy your rambling, but it hurt watching you become a fanboy for this rumination. There you go, word for word. Guys. I'm sorry, but I can't even take that response seriously. Ah. I'm sorry, Zidane, I didn't mean to. Oh, goody, Breakwin. I gotta be honest, I'm starting to wonder, like, if I continue to grow in viewership, which I do want to do, if I'm just gonna get more and more of those over time as the demographic increases, you know? Yeah, I've heard a lot of Pendulum Theory bias against Undertale because of how many people like Undertale, which is funny, but expected. Well, yeah, that's usually how that works, Thanatos. They refuse to look into a thing because they're tired of hearing about how great it is. And again, in the interest of fairness, I do get that mentality. I mean, there's a reason I came up with the concept of pendulum theory. But, yeah. That's a good question, Nicolas. I don't know what that bar is. Does anyone know what the bar under Ash is? By the way, hi Deutsch. Guys, that's it. We need to implement within the Lore Runners Imperium. We need to implement a whole, like, elite group of defenders who are all Dragoons. And they just go, ah, bam! Because Dragoons are awesome. Yeah, it's Stan. Oh, that's for quickenings and summons. That's why I haven't seen it before, because I just got Belize. Thank you, Shiryu. Oh, I just figured you weren't on yet, Deutsch. So, yeah. Apparently it's a summon bar. Wouldn't have known, because I don't plan to use any other summons ever again. Dude, I like that idea. We're gonna start... I wish I could, like, petition Twitch and be like, can you change the icon on my mods from a sword to a spear? And if they ask, I'd totally explain to them. I'd be like, guys, dude, they're Dragoons. Just think about it. They're jumping on any, you know, people who need to be banned or whatever. Just, it's awesome. Just go with it. Just go with it. Hey, Darkrai. Correct, Nicolas. I knew that. I just didn't know that a different bar would show up on the UI. Hey, Caffeine. And yes, FF12. Unfortunately, you are joining us at the bad part of FF12, so we've got a bit of a game going. There's not a... Okay, so, for those of you not aware, I looked into a couple things here, by the way. Final Fantasy Spirits Within was an unmitigated disaster. Now, I want to stress the way I phrase that. I am not referring to its quality. Okay? I am not looking at FF Spirits Within and saying it's a bad movie. That is not what I'm saying. That's a matter of opinion. But in Factland, it was a massive debacle for Square Enix. They were completely unprepared, financially and politically, to enter the movie era. And it wrecked them as a company, okay? So, FF12 is another of the many consequences of that decision, of Spirits Within's bombing. So, now hang on, Caffeine. So, Spirits Within was just terrible, financially speaking. And then a lot of bad things happened. And again, I've discussed some of these. I'm not going to go over every single little detail. But one of them was the fact that FF12 was pretty far through. It was pretty close to being, you know, entering the final stages of production, but they weren't at the polished stage yet. For those who don't know how development works, think of it like building a person from the inside out. You do bones, then you do muscles, then you do skin, then you polish with clothing and makeup or whatever, and doing up the hair. Bam. That's how you make a game. You start down and you work your way up. So they were about at the muscle point, and they were still designing several aspects of it, including... but not limited to, you know, all of these elements for the last part of the game. And then Spirits Within happened, and basically FF12 was informed, you can release the game way ahead of schedule, way under budget. Like, their budget was slashed down to virtually nothing, and they were given a very limited deadline to release the game. Or you cannot release the game at all. Now, FF12 was not the only game to suffer this particular problem. In fact, it is one of several that were affected by the fallout from Spirits Within, because Spirits Within had a very long-reaching set of consequences. Fun fact, some people think that Spirits Within is the only reason that Enix joined with Square, and that was the worst thing to happen to Square. Whether it's the bad thing to happen to Square or not is a matter of opinion, but the factual side of that is not true at all. Enix was fully on board with. Yeah, I wasn't even going into developer issues, Thanatos, of which they had several. So Enix was fully on board with joining with Squaresoft until Spirits Within happened, and Squaresoft was suddenly having huge financial issues. So I actually feel like things might have turned out much better if Enix had joined with Squaresoft earlier, back when they intended to, and we might have actually had a proper merger back when both groups were still at their height. Just my opinion on the matter. I don't know what would have happened exactly, but there's no denying the fact that the merger was delayed by Spirits Within. On top of that is the fact that they immediately rushed a lot of different things internally, which caused a lot of strife internally. Several people left the company, you know, just... it was a mess. And I feel really, really bad for this game, because this game really should have been even better than it actually is. I mean, I love this game already, but this game should have been a piece of work from beginning to end, and it wasn't, and probably never will be. Even if they do a proper remake of this at this point in time, well, they wouldn't do it properly. Even if they do a proper port of this, they will never re-add all that we lost. You know what I mean? That's a silly question, Zoan Joker. I have never heard anyone... oh, okay, that's a lie. I am one of the 99 percentile on that one, Zoan Joker. It's dumb. Stupid. It's terrible. It's horrible. It's awful. The end. Because it's... well, because no one's requested it. Thanatos, hey! So there's a really, really big chunk of crystal. Like, really big.
I can't shake the feeling we're somewhere we're not meant to be.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Exciting?
You are not troubled by the unknown? Who can say what lies ahead? We may encounter the very creators of Nethicite.
No. No. Ash will.
Yeah, I don't know what we'll find. I like it better that way.
You're sounding more the Sky Pirate every day.
So what do you guys think? Significant cutscene, yes or no? I'm actually keeping a separate track, by the way. So I'm going to be counting all cutscenes that under the technically, and then significant cutscenes. So right now we're up to 2 cutscenes total, period, throughout this section. But does that qualify as a significant cutscene? Yeah, I don't even know why this is a question. You'll notice I'm not even putting this up to a poll. That was a ridiculously non-significant cutscene. Had nothing to do with anything. The only thing about that, at all, that was relevant is Penello's line, of all things. Wait, one person said yes, so that means we gotta make it official. So poll open, yes or no. Do you think it was significant? I will, of course, be voting, because I gotta vote. But make your vote official. We'll tally it up. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with saying that's significant. Shiryu makes a good point. That is a continuation of Vaughn's character development. So does it qualify as a significant cutscene? A relevant cutscene, rather. Yeah, that's true. Balthier had one relevant line in the last cutscene, and Penello had one relevant line in this one. I feel like this is a trend. So this is just your shot of the crystal here. Big old chunk of Nethicite there. Just thought I'd show it off for a second. But yeah, I strongly feel like they had some bits of story written out for this, and just spread it out, because they had to, because of everything I already talked about. So let's see, we've got KOTOR 2. Yeah, tell me about it, Deutsch. So we've got KOTOR 2, we've got Dragon Age 2, we've got Mass Effect 3, we've got Final Fantasy 12. How many other games can we think of that were this close to being amazing, and are still good games, or, well, in some cases are good games, but were ruined because of time and budget money? Yes, it is, Bragwin. I mean, how many other games can we come up with that were just wrecked because of the realities of time and money? Duke Nukem. You know what? I'll acquiesce to that, because Duke Nukem should have been a good game. Forever, I mean. It wasn't. But, I mean, it shouldn't have been a phenomenal, oh my god, blow my mind kind of a game. But it should have been a good game. And it wasn't. Ah! Yeah, throwing a ball, that is another good example. Hang on, I gotta pull up the donation thing now. Which is... I've got it up somewhere. There we go. Yeah, I already mentioned Dragon Age 2. Dragon Age 2, KOTOR 2, Mass Effect 3. Arguably Neverwinter Nights 2 as well. In fact, virtually every Obsidian project ever made would qualify into this. There we go. I will endeavor to do my best, Caffeine Swordsman. Thank you for the donation. Actually, it's funny you say that, Breckor. My favorite Duke Nukem game is, in fact, the ones you're referencing, the original side-scrollers. I still have those somewhere on my computer. I think you can just get them for free on Abandonware now. Oh, Halo 2, that is another good example. I'm aware of that, although not the full details. Boss fight! Hardest boss in the universe. So you noticed earlier we had a boss fight that drained our magic. This fight we can't use technics. This is just a common theme that they just flat out get rid of your ability to do certain things, and as a way to try and make difficulty happen. Damn it, Zoan. Fine, I'll dance for me, boys! Thank you, Zoan. Now, FF1 did not actually have a time and budget problem. Believe it or not. I mean, it had a couple of issues, but the time and budget really didn't restrict it. More than, not in the same way of everything else I'm referencing here. Oh, the boss is dead. Boss is dead, guys. Does this cutscene count as a significant cutscene? I'm kidding. Someone close off the poll, by the way. Let's see what everyone thinks about the one line Penelo gave. Also, Commander Keen for life, yo. That's actually not as close as I thought it would be. So we're going to go ahead and say, so we've had 2 cutscenes total and 0 significant cutscenes from Balfaheim until now. And now my absolute least favorite part of this entire game. The game designer in me wants to defend this area. But the gamer in me can't, because I hate this area! I will say this song is much closer to what I envisioned for the mystical thing I was talking about earlier. The original Star Fox, that's a good example of that. I have not played Resonance of Fate, no. Hang on, I'm gonna look up a map, because I shouldn't have to explain that. Okay, so hang on, Samurai. Okay, Samurai. This is the Great Crystal. There's no mini-map. And every area, with the exception of the amount of directions you can go in, has the same background graphic. So, unless you are keeping very careful track of where you're going, or can keep track of how many paths you've been going through, it's actually indistinguishable in certain cases. Also, if you can't tell, those are gates. Those little blue circles are gates. So you have to actually go and find the switches to go through the gates in the right order. And it's very, very easy to just plain get lost in here. Also, the enemies in here are piss you off enemies. They're not hard. You know what I'm talking about. There's a difference between difficult enemies and annoying enemies. And the enemies in here are of the annoying variety. Also, I'm going to try and show something off as we're going through here. Oops. Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, this place is not fun. So like I said, the designer in me kind of gets it. But the gamer in me hates this place. I don't think Ocarina of Time counts, because even though it could have been more, it didn't feel unfinished. You know what I mean, Thanatos? So, okay, let me go ahead and try to defend this place as a designer before I trash the crap out of it. First of all, this is a classic example of interface screw. For those of you who don't know what that means, it's the idea that rather than making the game more difficult or making the obstacle in terms of gameplay, they literally changed the UI, as in, if I were to put it in such terms, the window between the gamer and the game. So the UI is screwed up here because we have no map. This is what happens if you pull up the map right here. This is what you get. Thief 4 would probably count, yeah, as a one. So yeah, you are... yes, caffeine. Ugh, thank God that killed me. That was a lot of status effects. So the lack of map is something that is a lot more irritating than it would seem at first glance. And not just because of the size of the place, but because of the fact that it is very, very easy, if you're not keeping very careful track of where you're going, to end up in an area where you think you're in one place and you're in another. And you can keep going as if you're in the one place, and then you're screwed because you didn't realize you were there. Now, I'm going to demonstrate another problem, and this is part of the interface design thing. This is part of the interface screw thing. Where am I supposed to go here? Now, if you're astute and you're paying attention, you can see there's actually a path over there on the left. But as you can see, it's not the easiest thing in the world to catch, especially at a glance. Now, I'm of the opinion that if you have a situation where, unless you're actually looking, you can't see where you're going, that's some questionable design, and this has caught me more than once. In other words, in virtually every one of these areas, especially if you're having trouble seeing, and my color blindness bothers me in this, you have to do this. And then be like, aha! There's a path there. Even this can screw you up, because there's situations where, so I know where I came from, because I've got that one. But in some rooms, they've got a path there and a path there, both of which are empty, and if you go down one and go back, it doesn't really indicate where you've been, and again, you can get turned around very, very easily. It's irritating. So right, I'm trying to defend this place. So they're trying to interface screw you. And the point of an interface screw is obvious. I already discussed that. So, you know, the lack of a map and that kind of thing. Okay, sure, whatever. That's it. That's all I got in defense of this place. They could have implemented this so much better. They could have made it shorter or smaller. They could have made it look different from each other rather than repeating the same. In case you can't tell, this is exactly the same art asset. These corridors we're going through, exact same art assets each time we go through these. Again, they were running out of time and budget at this point, so there's a lot of repetition here. So the exact same art assets as we're going through this section. And a lot of traps that are designed to just plain kill you. And a lot of enemies that are designed to annoy you in an area where it's very easy to get lost because of the lack of a map, similarities in terrain, similarities in types of terrain, and the very simple, easy way to get lost. For example, here's a good question. I have to go one of these 3 routes. I have no indication whatsoever of which way I should go. So where should I go? Yeah, I think this is... I mean, we know for a fact that they were running out of money and time and budget and all that fun stuff. We know that. That's distinguishable. But I think this is where it really starts to show. Hang on, I'm actually figuring out where I am in the map. Oh, by the way, the super optional of this game, in my opinion, the hardest boss in the entire game, is in this place, Omega 12. Hang on. So I should be... Hang on. Okay, so I went there, and then I went there, and there, there. So now I'm actually facing this way. So I need to go left. Yeah, Omega 12 is in here. That doesn't surprise me, Zagoten. Such a shame because, while this game is actually very visually impressive, and I mean that sincerely, it really pushed the PS2. That's not what I like most about this game. I am absolutely not going after Omega 12. God, no. No, 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 no. By the way, Omega 12 is mentioned in a way that makes you think it actually is the Omega from 5. But it also could be interpreted a different way based on how you perceive the dialogue. It's either an extremely advanced mime, one of the mimics, like the Mimic Queen from much earlier in the game. She can't do any physical damage to Zidane, so it's just a waste of her actions to attack, so she doesn't attack anymore. Or it's the Omega from 5. I mean, she could attack, but it really would be purposeless. It would literally be doing 0 damage. Okay, longest boss fight in this game by a colossal margin is the Yzmat fight, which, on the non-international version, if you're doing it very well, will take you about 45 minutes. And that's if you're really optimized and know exactly what you're doing. Now, there's one other problem with the design of this place, if I may complain for just a little bit more. So, the amount of this place you have to go through to advance the plot is relatively small. Like, if you're looking at that map, literally less than half of this place is the stuff that's mandatory for the plot. However, if you want to go for all that gear and all the nice stuff, and go after Ultima, and go after Omega 12, you have to go through the rest of it. Well, Darkrai, I don't know. I really don't. I believe you can beat... Someone was telling me you could beat Yzmat in like 15 minutes. Again, under some very specific setup. But that's just off of vague memory. I don't remember the exact numbers right now. Yeah, so I actually have a pretty decent sense of direction. Well, okay. In real life, I have a pretty decent sense of direction. In games, I tend to flounder a bit more. I just mention this because I know people who will get lost in fairly not easy to get lost in places in video games, and those people would hate this place, and in one case, actually does hate this place. Because it is just so easy to get turned around. Okay, hang on. Pull up the map again. Okay, so I went here. So I'm gonna go left, then right. Yes. I don't know the song, OJ, so I can't think it. Sorry. Oh, you mean in the non-international? What? Hang on, Darkrai. I don't understand your question now. Like, in the non-international version of the game, Yzmat is the longest boss fight in the game. He's the hour-long fight. Hour plus. In the international version, supposedly you can kill him quicker because they got rid of the damage cap. Oh, right! There is one other way that this place is annoying from an interface screw perspective. Can anyone guess it before I tell you? 11 minutes, apparently. God, that's crazy. Beating Yzmat in 11 minutes. Yzmat has 50 million health, for reference. Can anyone guess? No one's even trying. Yeah, no, ATB is still there. I'll give you a hint. In just a second, I'll give you a hint. You want to hear what it sounds like sped up? I don't know about you guys, but the walkings... I usually don't mind the footstep sounds in, like, most video games, really. But the terrible, horrifying footsteps down in here actually bothers me. It's this high-pitched, like, half-ringing. Wait, you're not made of money, Bragwin? I'm afraid I'm gonna have to call it off then, dear. Yeah, I don't blame you, Psychotic. God almighty. I can't even do the high enough pitch to emulate the tone that this place is making. Shoot, hang on. Yeah, I know, Psychotic. You have to actually... So for those of you not aware, you have to actually farm stuff in here in addition to coming in here for Ultima. In addition to coming in here for Omega 12. Okay, so I went there, then I went there, then I went here, so I do want to take the teleporter. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, she does, Zidane. If I was made of money, I'd be a little bit more popular than I am. And a lot of people I know would be doing a lot better financially. Oh, I believe we actually have a significant cutscene. Oh god, I still hear the footsteps! Ah!
I've never seen this much mist. Are you all right?
I'm fine, thank you.
Is that nethicite?
I wonder.
With that much nethicite in one's grasp.
You could destroy all of Ivalice, if you wished it.
Yes! Yes! Okay, maybe that wasn't actually a significant cutscene. So, once again, I don't think I've ever really noticed just how obvious this is before. And I've played this game several times. This is clearly and distinguishably just them stretching out like one cutscene across 3 different cutscenes. You notice this? Like, we had a tiny little tidbit, and then Balthier had a good line, and then a tiny little tidbit, and then Penelo had a good line, and then a tiny little tidbit, and Ash had a good line. And that's it. I was actually Fran who had the good line, but you get my point. It's like they're stretching out the content. So, you know the rule, guys. Does that count as a significant cutscene? Yes or no? So, one way or another, we're up to 3 cutscenes total. Tiny little cutscenes. Amongst 2 dungeons. Personally, I'm still leaning towards no on that. I think I will go ahead and vote no on that. I had to think about that for a minute. But I don't think that is significant. Again, it doesn't do anything new. It's, okay, so massive amount of... It confirms the fact that this is Nethicite, so okay. And Ash is still power hungry. That hasn't changed in since we met her. Fran is still wherever. That's it. Fran is still not going crazy, and that's literally it. That's the cutscene. So I don't think that qualifies as significant myself. There is a really good cutscene in the Pharos. Yeah, that's a really good question, Psychotic. I have this really weird feeling they were supposed to address that, and they never did. Random boss fight! This would be the 2nd random boss fight we've had, by the way. And once again, just kind of weird looking. It's like half horse, half person, half also a horse. I don't know what to make of this thing. At least it's a good song. She's the body of a man, or woman, I should say, and the body of a horse at the same time. Yeah, I don't even remember what this Esper does. Or care. Down you go. She's literally got a horse attached to her back. That's her appearance. Okay, so we fulfilled the boss requirement for this section. So we had a boss top side of Giruvegan. We had a boss bottom side of Giruvegan. Then we have a boss after the crystal. And amongst 3 bosses and 3 dungeons we have had, even if we're going into technically, 3 cutscenes. And can somebody cut off the poll, please? Yeah, I was gonna say Sid's is the last story, Esper. Hashmal, I believe. Also known as the most significant of the Lucavi. Okay, we have a lot of... So we have officially had our very first significant cutscene. Oh, I was talking about the footsteps that went after. Now, there is absolutely no denying that this is a significant cutscene. So we have had 3 cutscenes, one of which was significant. Now, this is about to go up, because this is an awesome cutscene. And again, everything I talked about with the Goa'uld. And, yeah. So like I said, as we descended further and further into the depths, we find out the Occuria are hanging out way up in the sky. Yeah, look at that place, by the way. That's where the Occuria live. I've actually heard an alternate interpretation of that, which I'll talk about in a minute. We're just going to push this up to this really quick.
Fear not, Princess of Dalmasca. We Occuria have chosen you.
About an hour ago, Night Forger. Interesting thing of note, their statues look quite different from their forms. I've always found that interesting. The statues look a lot like a form of dragon, actually.
Ashalia Benarg and Dalmasca.
Hang on, one thing really quick before we let these jackasses talk. Give me just a moment. I need to look up something. Give me a moment. Here we go. So all of the Occuria speak in iambic tetrameter. Everything they say is specifically done in that particular metric tone, right? Which is cool and interesting that they bothered to do that. I mentioned that as well because Vana always speaks in iambic pentameter rather than tetrameter. So just a nice little thing I wanted to kind of share as a result of that. All right, so getting back to it.
We see your heart desires power, and power most holy shall we grant. Seek you the sun-crest, slumbering star. In tower on distant shore, it dreams. The mother of all Nephesite, the source of its unending power. The Dynast King, his fallow shards, coarse trinkets cut from Suncrest's light.
Such power exists?
In times that are long passed away, we sought to save this Evilise, and chose Wraithwall, the Dynast King. He took the sword and cut the crest. 3 shards he took from its gilt grasp, and so became the Dynast King. His words and deeds run through your veins.
That's why I was given it. The Sword of Kings.
The treaty held with kings of old is but a memory, cold and still. With you, we now shall treat anew, to cut a run for history's flow. Now take this sword, this treaty blade, Occurian seal, mark of your worth. Cut deep the crest, and seize your shards. Wield Dynast King's power. Destroy Vana.
But Vana...
Vana is a heretic!
Occuria, a being like you.
Vana is a heretic.
I like the different designs of the Occuria.
Nephesite is ours to give to chosen bearer, or to none. The heretic trespassed, and set the rose of knowledge in man's hand. With imitations they profane. It is anathema to us. We give you now the stone and task. Administer judgment. Destroy them all.
Judgment? Destroy them all? The Empire?
The hues ever skew history's weave. With haste, they move through 2 short lives. Driven to err by base desires. Toward waste, and wasting, on they run. Undying, we Occuria light the path for wayward sons of man. Oft did we pass judgment on them, so that Ivalice might endure. Eternal, we are history's stewards, to set the course and keep it true. The chosen is our hand, our fist, to let live some and crush the rest. Princess, you have been chosen. Take revenge against those who stole your kingdom. Fulfill your role as savior. Attain to your birthright.
See you around, Caffeine.
Ash.
Really quick. So I've heard an alternate interpretation of where the Occuria are, and that they're in either a pocket dimension or a sub-dimension, or somewhere that's basically physically detached from Ivalice proper, based on the sort of mythical nature of the place, the significant amount of fairly high advanced-looking floating cities throughout the area, and of course the fact that there are clouds in the sky and on the ground. I don't know which is true, I just thought I'd mention that for the sake of completion. By the way, see you, Caffeine.
What's with these Occuria? What gives them the right to tell you what to do?
Will you take revenge, as they ask?
We could not see them, but we heard the Occuria speak. They may be gods, but we are the arbiters of our destiny.
I wouldn't
Highness,
call those things
I'm
gods.
against this. The Empire must pay, but destruction...
Does anyone know what happened to Dr. Sid?
Thank you, Pinello.
Wasn't he saying he'd be here?
He should have arrived by now.
And I should have realized by now. He's not coming. He laid out the bait, and we bit. Remember what he said? He wanted Ash to get the stone. He wanted that all along. That's why he flaunted his nethicite, and reeled us in with his stories about Gedovagan, all to bring Ash to the Occuria.
But wait, if we got a hold of the nethicite, wouldn't that be bad for the Empire?
Maybe he wants to see what happens when foes with nethicite collide. That'd be just like Dr. Sid.
I will search out the Sun Crest.
So, by the way, that is a significant cutscene. This is why I was arguing the earlier
History
ones
is built
weren't.
by our hands. That's his favorite line. He'd never stand by and watch the Occuria's stones shape things. So, he was talking to Vanar all along. He wasn't mad at all then, was he?
So we now have the Treaty Blade, another tool given to another tool. Meanwhile,
Restore Dalmasca's sovereignty and make our amends with Lady Ash. It's the only way to avert war.
It is a war of necessity. Your Lady Ash herself is bent on it. She desires it above all else. She will not rest until her revenge is full wrought.
I fear you misread her intent. She would sooner shun war than embrace it.
You are young, Larsa.
And you presume beyond your ken.
Then let us look closer. Judge Gabranth. I would have you seek after the Lady Ash and judge whether she makes overtures of peace or war. Yours shall be the eyes of the Empire.
And should I espy war, I am to put her to the sword. Is that your wish, Excellency?
It will not come to that, I am sure. I have faith in her, faith in you both. On you, Gabranth, shall I wager all our fortunes.
As you will.
notice Vayne didn't answer him there.
That so sweet a child could be your brother is hard to believe.
Larsa is as he should be.
What's that, Venna?
It was excellent, thank you, Reach.
Taken the bait already, have they? Splendid. The Occuria have given the princess her treaty blade.
The gods have chosen their scribe to write history as they deem fit.
Yes, Nicholas, absolutely.
Yes, and she with fresh nethicite to aid her.
Bah, to hell with the Occuria and their stones. What good? A power that cannot be harnessed. Baubles best suited for study, no more.
We conquered 2 kingdoms that you might study these baubles.
Oh, I am grateful for the sacrifice. Without it, manufactured nethicite would have eluded us. An unrivaled weapon, I warrant you. Tell me, Venna, have I not been an apt pupil?
My counsel did but guide your able hand. Through power of man, the stones did you perfect. Yes. So much accomplished in 6 fleeting years. Man's fervor o'er all obstacles prevailing.
Our lives are much too short. You undying might waste long centuries away, but we, I fear, cannot.
Just so. Had we more time, we might have availed ourselves of more prudent measures.
Your greatest work still lies before you. Not lightly will the Occuria allow you to wrest the reins of history from their grasp, back into the hands of men.
Indeed. What claim does Geren have on history's reins? Seated on throne immortal, rent from time. For your ascendant's vein I offer prayer. May you attain all that which is your due.
Attain it I shall.
By the way, another sign
For too
that...
long have my deeds gone unrewarded.
Another sign of the lack of polish at the endgame is several times now there's been dialogue where the written text and the audible text did not agree with each other. It's a little thing, but again, it just kind of indicates how they were running down the well at this
on
point.
Distant shore dreams the sun Christ. Do these words mean aught to you?
Didn't Redis say he was going to follow some other course? Maybe he found out something that can help.
I'd rather stay out of that Sky Pirate's debt, thank you.
What's wrong with Redis? I mean, if you can't trust your own kind, who can you trust?
You're an expert on pirating now, are you?
Not really, Shri. I mean, yes, literally yes, but I've counted no less than 8 instances of it just in the last 4 cutscenes, which is way higher frequency. So that was one significant cutscene. Again, getting across my point of what I mean by a significant cutscene. But you guys voted the other 20-second cutscene counts, so we are up to 2 significant cutscenes and 4 cutscenes total. We're about to have another one. And by we're about to, I mean in 20 years, when I get out of here, because the exit spell doesn't exist. Now, I know what you're about to say, and I just wanted to demonstrate something. At least if I'm remembering correctly. I may be remembering wrong. Hang on. Let's see if my memories have not failed me. So how many people didn't know there was a quick way out of this and actually went back through the Great Crystal again when you first played this game? I'm just going to raise my hand on that one. I have to admit, this is a little counterintuitive, in my opinion. You're supposed to actually talk to the teleporter that just led to the Occuria again. So yeah, I went back through the crystal first time I played this game, because I didn't know you could just talk to this damn thing again. Because there's nothing indicating that it leads to the exit. And we're here. Now this is nice, because we don't have to go through Giravegan or the crystal again. I want you to imagine going through the crystal and Giravegan again. Because that's what I did. So yeah, we are about to have another cutscene. By the way, the pizza you paid for was excellent with pickles. Thank you, Reach. I am heresy! Wait. No, that's what I mean. There's... It was quite good, Bregman. They were Clausen's. That's important, because they were good pickles. Well, not right now, Reach. I am quite stuffed at the moment. Meh. Excellent! To war with Italy! It'd be an excellent place to begin my conquest of the world.
Ships in the water. Send fishing dories if need be, I care not. Glossair engines are as good to us as sky to a fish. Leave what boats have foundered. I want souls saved, not driftwood. Our armada ran afoul of bad water near the Ridorana Cataract. All engines stopped a sudden. Becalmed. Trouble with a mist thick as death, it seems. Those seas are yacht. I expected airship trouble, not a fleet foundering amidst the waves.
That's right, yacht can be underwater too,
Tell
by the
me
way.
of what happened in Girovegon. From the lay of your eyes, I measure all did not go well. Cid. Was he false, as I feared?
Yes. But we may have caught a glimpse of his true intent. We may now know what it is that Cid searches for.
Explain.
So the day-affected Nithosite was only a fragment? And these Occuria I know not and care to know even less.
If we strike this Suncrest with the Sword of Kings, no new stone may be born. We say the Suncrest is the source of all Nethosite's power. If we might break it, the Dusk Shard would be as a thing lifeless. As for the manufactured Nethosite, who can say?
There is another way. We used the Treaty Blade to cut a new stone from the Crest. Use that to fight the Dusk Shard and the manufactured stones.
Would you like to know the best use of Nethosite? Will or nil, I'll tell you. You pick it up and throw it away.
Either way, we have to find the Suncrest first, right? Don't we? Across the sea, and a tower on a distant shore. Redis?
Familiar words, Vaughn. I saw something of the sort written in some documents I chanced upon during my visit to Draklor. The Naldoan Sea, the Ridorana Cataract, and the Pharos Lighthouse. I sent my fleet to fish out the truth behind these words, and caught trouble.
Then proof is ours. This lighthouse on the Naldoan Sea is the tower on the distant shore. The strong mist that becalmed your ships is a grimmer yet clearer sign than any we might hope for. The Suncrest is there.
There's another screw-up on the dialogue.
All well and good, but how do we get there? Those seas are in yacht, as I recall.
Try putting this one in your ship. 'Tis a skystone made to resist yacht.
More spoils from the Draklor labs, is it? Why not use it yourself?
That's just the thing. My ship's a Bergerben model. It will not work. But should it fit the straw, she'll fly in yacht. Lady Ash, I would accompany your highness, if you do not object.
I am in your care. But tell me one thing. Why do so much for us?
The Nabudis Deadlands.
Nabudis was your home?
Nay, but a memory forever burned in my heart.
Wow, Nicholas. So we now have Judge Zecht in our party, which is awesome. Blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, we are now up to 3 significant cutscenes, and 5 cutscenes total. We're going to have a few more debatables, and then we're going to get to the top of the Pharos Lighthouse, which is undeniably a significant cutscene. A long, long cutscene. And then we'll be in the last dungeon. Yeah. Also, Thanatos, it's easier than you'd think to mess up subtitles, because the people writing them are writing off of a script, not off of the actual audio. They're not listening to it. So all you have to do is have a disconnect of communication between the people writing the and translating the dialogue and the people actually voicing the lines. We are pretty close to the end, Darkray, and I've been playing for approximately 36 hours and 56 minutes. And yeah, I'm pretty sure we all feel that way. Psychotic. I can go anywhere. Anywhere. Yeah, so the Pharos is technically 2 dungeons. One of them is an annoying go-out-of-your-way puzzle, and the other one is just long. I do not like the Pharos. But I admit, I would like the Pharos a lot more if it was about half the length that it is. Like, there's some good ideas there, and there's some good concepts, and I like that. And then it's repeated and repeated and repeated, and it just gets old at that point. Also, I suppose if we're really stretching it, we could say the Pharos Lighthouse is actually 3 dungeons. Or if you really want to go crazy, 4 dungeons. Also, this has always bothered me. Not this. There's the lighthouse. That has always bothered me. The lighthouse is literally on the edge of a massive waterfall that runs along the entire eastern edge of the world. And leads down into clouds. This is basically the edge of the world here. So, what the hell is all of this? Are we literally on a floating continent this entire game? Because that might explain a few things. But they never do. It's just, we get that one little... Look at this! Look at this! Look at how high up this is! This is literally the edge of the world! What the heck is that? Why? Why is there stuff there that isn't... Oh my god. Anyways, I'm done. I'm done.
A tower on distant shore. And about its peak, a piercing mist.
And in that mist, the Suncrest waits.
My lady, your words still sound of doubt. Pray you reach your answer ere we the Suncrest.
And? Should I choose revenge, what then?
Then your woe shall be your own.
Vaughn, a word. If something untoward should happen to me, you're taking the straw.
For no reason.
Untoward? What's this about?
I am the leading man. Might need to do something heroic. Don't worry, I'll show you how to fly her.
So this is the usual. Do you think that's a significant cutscene? That 20-second bit right now that revealed nothing whatsoever? Yes or no? Now, I do actually have a theory about what's going on here. So just to read straight from the lore of the game. A strange opening in the seafloor that has created an endless whirlpool, drawing the surrounding sea ever downwards, and an island is situated at the cataract's edge, on which stands a great Pharos surrounded by ancient ruins. Its size suggested a great city flourished here, but its rise and fall nothing is known. The area surrounding the island is yacht, preventing approach by airship, while the proximity of the cataract and its tidal pull make it impossible to reach by sea. In other words, the general concept here is that something happened to whatever is past. God, that's ugly. Whatever is past this, you know, the giant end of the world thing, and that was destroyed. And as a result, the ocean has literally been lowering in its level over time, over however long it's been. And so there's this implication of some kind of disaster or something. So either there was like the ancient city, or maybe that's where the Occuria originally from, or maybe that's showcasing the remnants of what was Wraithwall's era, you know, something. That's the best I've got, and that is really trying to piece stuff together, because they give us nothing. And yeah, by the way, the fourth concept for the fourth dungeon here would be the Subterra, which we are not doing. Don't ask. Hate the Subterra. It's my least favorite section of this entire game. We do have Redis now, so that's kind of awesome. Oh, I should get my vote in as well. So let me explain part of my reasoning. Go to 99 with best in slot gear. Screw you. So here's my reasoning. First of all, as I've already kind of mentioned, we've seen what a significant cutscene is. A significant cutscene is the massive cutscene we had between Vayne and Larsa and Gabranth and the Occuria and Ash and all of that. That was a significant cutscene. Balthier saying, "I'm ready to die," does not strike me as a significant cutscene. A cutscene, sure. I mean, I've already notated it on the list for cutscenes, but I don't think that qualifies as significant. Especially since it's not really adding anything to the picture, in my opinion. Nothing that isn't added elsewhere or done better, again, elsewhere. Also, furry Marlboros. Bleh. Oh, by the way, this is where we'd be filing Yzmat if we were to do such a thing. We're not. You have to do all the other hunts with one exception, I think. Or no, 2 exceptions to do Yzmat. Oh yeah, given where I'm about to be fighting, that's a good point. I should give him the Treaty Blade. Sorry, Reach, but there is no third option here. I suppose the third option would be let me decide. Now, if I was to acquiesce something... You remember how we had those 3 cutscenes earlier that were all threadbare and barely relevant? I would argue that those 3 cutscenes would have worked much better and be a significant cutscene if all of them were one. One cutscene. Ah! Oh my god! I feel like I turned off my Libra, and I don't have access to float, so this might be fun. I'm just gonna not move. Oh god, there they are. Okay. Over this way, guys. The vote is for if you consider a 20-second cutscene a significant cutscene. I'm sorry, I'm saying that disingenuously. The previous cutscene we just saw, do you consider it a significant cutscene, yes or no? So, the Pharos is really tall. And on the one hand, it's like, oh, that's cool. But on the other hand, it's not. I'll talk about that more in just a minute. First, we gotta fight a thrown-in boss. This is also probably the grossest boss in the game. Maybe second grossest. Yeah, look at those maggots moving through that body. It's been here for a long time defending this gate. Whatever is in the hole, Reach. Note the worms just falling off of it. Until I'm done, Darkrai. Which will not be too long, really. Yeah, so this boss is actually a little bit harder than you'd think. However, I can do 20,000 damage a hit because I'm doing holy damage, so... Yeah, he's dead. Benoth, look away. Quick! Look away, Benoth! His death animation is worse. Okay, maybe it doesn't. We're good, we're good. I thought there was like more worms falling off him when he fell over, but whatever. We did it! Yeah, holy damage wrecks that boss. That's why when he mentioned I should equip the worm here, I was like, yeah, I think I agree with that. Redis is like, yeah, I got that. No biggie. I'm Redis. Open sesame. That's true. You could get Excalibur by this point.
Hey, Fran.
See you around,
Something's
Darkrai.
written on the wall.
Engraved by someone, it seems. It's quite old. Lo, seeker in days sunborn, God blade bearer. Know you, this tower challenges the sky. Where the watcher, the ward of the three waits, soul hungry, unsated.
Yes, it would be nice,
without
Bregman.
power, want it not. He with power, trust it not. He with sight, heed it not. Rend illusion, cut the true path. In blood, Wraithwall.
The Dynast King?
Does it startle you? The Dynast King took his sword from the Occuria. It was here he claimed the Nethicite. He must have known he was not the last the Occuria would choose. He left this for you. Rend illusion, cut the true path. Words of much mystery, yet his blood runs in your veins. Perhaps it whispers to you the truth.
This is the second reason why I think the Dynast King, Wraithwall, resented the Occuria. And wanted to be free of them. Oh, excuse me. Alright guys, this is it. Welcome to hell. Alright, so I've decided to entertain you during this massive section of boring. I'm going to be singing the entire time. Just to help, just because I'm that dedicated of an entertainer. Now, even I will not argue that that is a significant cutscene, so we're going to go ahead and add that to the list right there, because of the significance of what that adds to the Wraithball situation. Alright, so you ready for me to sing? 99 bottles of beer on the wall, 99 bottles of beer. You take one down, you pass it around. 98 bottles of beer on the wall, 98 bottles of beer on the wall, 98 bottles of beer. You know, I don't like beer. 98 bottles of Canada Dry on the wall, 98 bottles of Canada Dry. You take one down, you pass it around. 97 bottles of Canada Dry on the wall. Doesn't quite fit, but whatever. 97 bottles of Canada Dry on the wall. 97 bottles of Canada Dry. You take one down, you pass it around. God, I hate this section. God. This isn't as bad as the Great Crystal, because nothing is. Alright, die. Die for existing. You have committed the grievous sin of existing. You must die. Okay, so... I suppose in the interest of story, because it's awesome, let's go ahead and read these things as we go up, shall we? Benighted child, unchosen, with life so short, this tower freely you may tread. In your passing learn of truth, in your passing speak of truth, these words writ by hands undying. Sure, Lord Omicron. So I'd just like to say that getting black orbs here drives me batty. That would be a great time if anybody has any Q&A questions, because I do not have much to talk about here until we get further up. Yeah, you remember the black orb mechanic? Like I said, the first section of this place is irritating. The second section of this place is long. You need them to open doors and to progress, Spragman. And they don't just go into your inventory like other stuff do. You have to actually go out of your way to stop, pause what you're doing, wait until the orb slowly rises up, and then select it. It's very hard to actually get right on it, by the way. You need to be right on the damn thing in order to actually get it. And then Shazam! Because I'm committed, Banoth! Also, I like the game overall. I just, you know... There's also a really awesome cutscene at the end of these dungeons. Like, I'd say the third or fourth best cutscene in the game, really. Yeah, in the Subterra, you need like 90, I think, of these things. It's some ridiculous amount. I haven't been keeping track of how many we have, but yeah, whatever. So, how would I design a nature boss? Show for the Horde. Okay. Why not have a boss that links players together? Like, let's say you're a warrior, and it would randomly link you to another player, and in being linked to that player, you now no longer have one of your abilities. You know, like you lose, I don't know, charge or something. I'm just making up stuff here. But you lose an ability, and you don't get to choose it. You just lose it. And the other person, the person you're linked with, gains the ability. And vice versa. You gain an ability from them, and they lose one from you. And then something about the boss mechanics, let's say adds that don't actually do damage, but debilitate you unless they are affected with very specific combinations of attacks, exist in the fight. So the nature boss itself isn't actually all that hard, but you have to coordinate between players so that the players whose abilities are linked are using them with each other at the same time and in the right order in order to get rid of the disabilities from the ads in order to actually battle the boss. There you go, nature boss. Thank you, Joe Neutrino. I appreciate it. Very apt. Oh, by the way, if you don't pick up a black orb within a period of time, it'll go away. That would be amusing, Psychotic. By the way, I forget if it's these ones or the earlier ones, but one of these chicken guys used to be people. Just, you know. Oh, that sucks, Lord Omicron. I'm sorry. I do understand, but mostly because of my sister. She actually has multiple custom tea kettles. She has a thing for tea. I think you're right. I think it's these ones. I'll demonstrate in just a second. Figure it out. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that idea either, Reach. Never have been. Here we go. Okay, Necrohall, Nebrez, Pharos, here we go. It is these guys. So these are sorcerers twisted into fell beings by the spiteful magics of rivals. Though full half of their wit be dissipated by ensorcelment, they still possess great magical power. Perhaps because of their history, they fear mages greatly and travel in packs for strength. Yeah, these used to be people. I'm telling you, this is a horrifying setting, really. This way. So, use an orb. There we go. I don't know anything personally, Lord Omicron, sorry. Yeah, I've said this before. I'll say it again. Whoever localized FF12 into English deserves a medal. This game is brilliantly written, and I mean that very sincerely. The dialogue choice, the vocabulary, the structure of sentences is all just very, very smart. From beasts of towers based, rest the orbs you seek, ripe with hidden magics. Orbs of towers magics born, here and here alone to be found. In other words, that's the hint about the black orbs I've already kind of told you. An elemental boss? Give me something more to go off of, Zuan. There's like so many elements. I will give one thing to the Pharos Lighthouse. I like the song that plays here. The only reason I at the same time don't like it is because eventually it does get a little old, but that's just because of the length of this damn place. But again, we're not even to that yet. We're not even to the long dungeon yet. We'll get there. We'll get there. A lot of stuff is weak to holy down here, too. Which is nice. For us. Lava elemental boss. Ooh, that's going to be tough because it's such a common thing in video games for there to be a lava boss. Let me think about that. No, this is unmodded, Benoth. That doesn't surprise me, Darth Mutators. I've often said that 8, while competently translated... okay, so some people argue with me on this. I say FF9 was the first FF that was properly localized. Some people say it was FF8. I argue against that. FF8 was accurately localized, but didn't have any nuance to it. It didn't have any subtlety to it. It didn't have any flavor to the lore, to the dialogue, right? By contrast, FF9 was brilliant in its localization, with different accents, different verbal tics, you know, lots of really, really good stuff to flesh out FF9's English localization. So I've often said that, you know, it would, it wouldn't surprise me if it was the same guy or girl or whoever, and they just were getting better at it. You know? Shouldn't it be done? 7 had a little bit of it, but 7 also had a lot of translation issues. Flaws. Let's just say it honestly. Okay, so I'm sorry, I've been kind of sick the last couple of days, if that's not obvious. I need to go to the bathroom again really quick. I apologize. I'll be back. Alright, guys. It's okay, I've got a fresh... Yes, the water's moving upward. Fresh liquid. Help taste out of my mouth. Oh, God. Okay, so we should be good to progress through the Pharos Lighthouse and the eternal... I should refill my mana because I've just been standing here. That's not gonna do that. This might. Okay. Onwards. Oh, so one thing. You know how you know this is gonna be a long dungeon? Look in the upper right of the screen. Of the game screen, not my screen. We're on the first floor. The only reason to draw attention to the fact that we're on the first floor is if there's going to be a significant number of floors involved in this procedure. And oh, there will be. There will be. That hit right. Whoa! Well, we have ascended the tower, and we are now in the Wester Sand for some reason. Oh, that's odd. See, there's the sand sea over there. Oh yeah, 7 floors. Yeah, definitely. Huh, that was the wrong way to go. Okay, well, maybe if we go this way. I want to see that again, though. It was wrong. Okay. Clearly, it's this way. How many bosses are in this place anyways? There's like 4, I want to say. Ah. Boss time. Wow, Bragman. Oh, wow. Yeah, there might be 5 bosses. You know, I love bosses that just randomly decide to be immune to damage. Like, can you imagine if that was an ability in a boss fight? If a boss just could just say, I'm not going to take damage right now. I've decided I'm not going to. It's not going to happen. I've decided not to take damage. Alright, let's try with a very basic design for a lava boss. Why not have a boss where every second you spend... Okay, so there's chunks, like there's islands that you can walk on and you're safe, right? You can jump between them, you know, no damage, whatever. If you stand in the lava, obviously you take damage. Like, a lot of damage. It's not liquid lava. It's not like, you know, it's not like a pool. It's like a surface lava. So as long as you're standing on that, you absorb the lava into yourself, taking huge amounts of damage. But while you're taking that huge amount of damage, you're not only removing some of the lava that's on the floor, so that you can, you know... did I already... Yeah, I did. Okay. So not only are you, removing some of the lava on the floor, giving more room for the party to move, but you gain like a buff based on your spec. A healer can heal for more damage. or heal more. A damager obviously does more damage, and a tank, let's say a tank takes less damage. But they, no matter what, while you have the lava on, you're taking dot damage for however many seconds you were in the lava. So the longer you stand in it, the bigger your buff and the bigger your dot. And damn it, Psychotic! I'm trying to come up with innovative mechanics, and apparently I'm failing at it. Whatever. And of course, there would probably be another couple of things with the boss as well. For example, why not have the boss every few seconds have the boss literally like cast a spell that makes every player in the room like lunge forward as if they were casting Blink as a mage, and the distance they travel is now covered in lava wherever they happen to have been at the time. No, I know the encounter, Psychotic. I know every encounter in WoW. All of them. But that's really not what I'm talking about, Psychotic. I mean, similar, certainly. But you're talking about the flaming weapon thing. I'm talking about something else. Alright, Joe, here's your grief counseling. Life sucks and then you die. By the way, we're now on floor 10. And you might think, aha, we'll just skip floors up. That's not too bad. Just keep watching that number in the upper right. Are you guys gonna come kill this thing? Say, remember this mechanic? Dude, I enjoyed all of the Cataclysm dungeons. We're now on floor 11. There's the ocean out there. Props to them, it's even animated. So let me go ahead and explain why I feel this is simultaneously a great and a terrible idea. This dungeon. So it's huge! You have to actually go up it! It's like... no, you have to go up through 90 floors, Thanatos. But, oh, I see what you mean by that. No, there's not like that. So, on the one hand, it's like climbing up the staircase in the Shinra Tower, right? Except you're actually going up it, and there's actually encounters and stuff on the way up, right? And that's kind of cool, actually. I get that. I enjoy going up the Shinra Tower on FF7. Although that's mostly because it's silly, and it doesn't last that long. Notice the second part of what I just mentioned. It doesn't last that long. That's very important. That is the biggest problem of this place. If they had made it so that you just kind of blaze up, get rid of these things entirely, or make them a lot easier to find. There's several of these green flame guys that are required to progress that are just out of the way and hidden and really irritating to come by. And they're mandatory for progressing. Excuse me. You're terrible, Ragwood. And yeah, that's it. That's really all you have to do. Just chunk it in half, and voila. You could also have added cutscenes or dialogue or anything other than just non-stop dungeon on the way up. On paths you must rely, and by path of living flame have you come. Frozen in stone, the green flame passes from time, stone now and forevermore. Now the funny thing about that is, it's an invalid hint. Like, that is a hint as to killing the green guys to get this far. Or to progress. The reason I call it an invalid hint is we have to kill green guys in order to progress to this point. We cannot reach the hint about the green guys until we've already done it. So, completely superfluous there. Hey, King Chotch. I also remember farming the crap out of this place. Several mobs here were useful for something. I honestly don't remember what. Maybe psychotic? I guess I'll grant you that. I'm sorry, I cannot defend this place, really. And I've been thinking about it, like, maybe there's something else bothering me about this. Maybe there's some other place about this, you know, some other aspect of it that bothers me, or some other thing they could have fixed. But honestly, this really isn't that badly designed, it's just too long. That's all it is. That's the only complaint I have about this place. Also, I mean, they've even got some cool flavor stuff. You see that in the background? If you're paying attention, those look a lot like the airship devices that we've already seen that help keep airships afloat. And it helps to explain why there's this massive staircase that is quite literally, if you're looking around, floating in the air. There's nothing actually supporting half of the staircase as we climb up throughout the Pharos. Because it's being supported by these, effectively anti-gravity devices. And that's cool. I like that. But yeah, this is just... Oh god, quick! Quick, we need to end the game. Okay, make a really long dungeon with a bunch of bosses. Go! Okay, whew, we're done, we're done. Whoops, that's not my drink. This is my drink. Oh yeah, Vayne! Shoot, we need Vayne to show up. Quick, have Vayne show up. Okay, Vayne's there. Whew, whew. We're good. Call me a weirdo, but I think it would have been interesting if Vayne was not the last boss. Not the last boss you fight, you know what I mean? Yes, I remember, Shiryu. Ugh. On sight must you rely, at mercy of the currents of this fading world. Seduced by false illusion, it is the fool who cuts not his own path, celestial glory ne'er to behold. I wonder what it could mean. But it's not in this room, apparently, so never mind. Anyways, so, gee, thanks, Braven. I kind of think, yeah, I kind of think it would have been interesting if Vayne, who is in basically every way not the... One of the themes and undercurrents of FF12 is the fact that there's a very distinct difference between political power and personal power. And if you're going to have a last boss with something, that should probably be something that's personally powerful, right? I mean, that makes sense? Vayne was always the politically powerful one, the adept politician and tactician, who was a perfect antagonist for a setting like this one, a world that is so ground in and run by politics, right? But if you're going to have a last boss, a big thing you're fighting, I don't think Vayne really was the correct choice for that. And I could speculate for a while on different things you could do with it. I mean, there's quite a few different directions you could take that and have someone else be the last boss. It was just mentioned. Vana could have just been the last boss. Now, I know what you're going to say. Vana effectively is the last boss. That's not what I mean. Have Vayne be doing his machinations and have him defeated, because Vana is defeated, and therefore he's willing to see reason, or he takes his own life, or, you know, whatever. How interesting would it be if Vayne was willing to sacrifice himself out of political necessity to ensure peace? Wouldn't that have been an interesting twist on the end there, to showcase the kind of man Vayne really is? But whatever. Especially after all of Vane's talks about necessity. He uses that word a lot. This is my idea of necessity. I will sacrifice myself to satisfy the bloodlust. Like, imagine if Vane had been deliberately making himself out to be a villain to help unify the people against him. I mean, that's not an uncommon topic. And as I've said many times, Vane is not evil. In my opinion, I should add that. I'm a fourth of the way up the tower. Yay! Oh god, kill me, guys. Break when I need you to kill me. Just with that hip thing you do it, it'll work. It might take a while. Oh my god. And yet Gabranth, who is a beast, personally, who is a monstrously personally powerful individual, could have cracked the party as a last boss. But no, no. He is the second to last boss. I try, Brayden. I can do that when I'm sick, because I don't really mean it right now. Yeah, there you go, Nicholas. That's a great parallel. That would have been awesome. You know, that's a good point. Wingless child, consigned to walk the world below. Many are the works whose natures a duality possess. So does the red flame consume the green, sundering the stair with which it is lain. So I guess we were wrong, Psychotic. That is clearly the anti-red message right there. And yeah, I'm one of those people who thinks that Sasuke just went completely woo-woo with power, and there was no redemption arc involved there. Really. Or at least they shouldn't have been. Gotta admit, I would love to have a sword like his right-handed sword. Again, I don't know the type of it. It's the one laying on top of the other two that curves inward rather than outward. That's just... it's a cool blade, and I can see a lot that you could do with it. The downside is that's not a very good defensive weapon. The only thing that could do is deflect, rather than hold or grasp or parry properly. Still a cool weapon. Ignore the red. Kukiri, I guess? I don't know. I don't actually know what that's called. Nor shall I guess. For I have lost all knowledge. All anything. Ever. You know, so, okay. I've 100%ed FF12. Non-international, obviously. And I will say this. One of the things that really strikes me as the most mind-numbingly grindy thing in this game is grinding out the rares for the hunters and the Fawn Ghost. The hunters and the fishing are the two things that were the grindiest aspects of this game for me. I'm curious if any of you guys had a similar experience with that. Is that a good thing, Sigoten? Because it sounds like a good thing. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Nope, okay, it's green. I can name very few games I've enjoyed fishing in. Dual wielding is cool, the one Joker. It's also more prevalent in games than it probably should be, because dual wielding is hard to do. Properly and accurately dual wielding is insane to actually pull off. And so when you see a character that can dual wield, the idea is, oh my god, they're really good. because they're capable of dual wielding. Now, the catch there is that is no longer really as true as it once was, because nowadays dual wielding is commonplace, so it doesn't really have the same impact it should. But I still always have that mentality of dual wielding is not easy, and therefore someone who can really pull it off properly is awesome simply for being able to dual wield properly. That's just my take on it. Nope. There's a red. Ignore the red. So one Joker, I don't know what you've been doing, but dual wielding is super common in video games nowadays. Like, a little bit too much so. Minwoo? No, I don't think Minwoo should have been able to dual wield. Not his style. I'm missing one somewhere. Good fortune, by the way, Deutsch. You know what I think would have suited Minwoo, based on his personality? If he was basically a monk white mage. I mean, like, at the level of Yang. You know, very talented, very skilled, very in control of his own body, etc. Oh yeah, in history, of course it went. I mean, duh. But yeah, if he was very competent and skilled with his hands and with his feet, and could fight that way, while everyone else has weapons and whatnot, and Min was just beating the crap, 10 levels of crap out of everything, while healing. And that's a red, so what the heck am I missing? Yeah, I did like that too, Psychotic. It made sense that you would have to really specialize in order to dual wield. In some versions of pen and paper too, there's a similar thing. The penalties for dual wielding are huge. But if you pull it off properly, and if you spend lots of feats specializing in it, you can destroy things. There we go. With dual wielding. Damn it! This is... Go away! I want my drink that actually has drink in it. Okay, that should do it. Yep, there we go. I'd wish you good luck, Deutsch, but I don't believe in luck. Seriously, though, good fortune, man. So we should be having a boss encounter pretty soon, if memory serves. Another random boss of random. One other thing I do like is when dual wielding is not portrayed as fancy. Don't get me wrong, I like fancy dual wielding. I like super amazing, ridiculously incredible, you know, kind of a stuff. But if you pay attention to how Redis attacks, he has 3 kinds of attacks. Both swords straight down on the target, both swords crossed and then right onto the target, and then the typical one and then the other sword. And that's really it. That's how he's dual wielding. What? That's red. Wow, there's a red and a green. That's just being a dick. Come on. Go, Greenie. There we go. Ah, love this area. As to use a parallel example, by the way, in Final Fantasy V, only one class could dual wield, and their big special ability that they could teach other people was dual wielding. It's another example of it being a specialization thing. So there's something that I forget the exact term of it, but I tend to call it ice pick stance. It's a form of wielding a weapon. Ventus uses it in Birth by Sleep. It is incredibly dangerous, incredibly risky to do. Only in more recent years has it even been accepted in real life as an appropriate and skilled stance. But it is, in my opinion at least, an actual proper stance. It's just an incredibly, volatile stance to use because it basically sacrifices all forms of defense for ease of movement, attack speed, and offensive capacity. Which also seems kind of like a dual wield situation, at least conceptually. And of course, in a video game, it's very easy to see why dual wielding would be considered more damage. Because you're hitting with two weapons. I mean, just the end, right? It's not hard to imagine that doing more damage. So the only way to dual wield in Dragon Age Origins was to sleep with Isabella. Yeah, that sounds about right. And that's why I never dual wield in Dragon Age Origins. Oh, okay. Well, that's okay then, Bray. Yeah, by about 17% psychotic, if memory serves. During BC especially, dual wielding with tons of improvements to hit was basically mandatory. But if you did, you could do ridiculous damage if you were basically doing full damage with both weapons. Ignorant child, born of chaos. Know you it was our king, pitying a world bereft of order, surfeit with strife, who stamped true seal on mortal wax. You should be thankful we deigned to rule you. So saith the Occuria. I never actually got that psychotic, because when it was live, I never got past Mauru. Guys, we're almost halfway through the mid-level of this place. As a hunter, I used to actually have claw weapons, fist weapons. And I had a rogue argue with me strenuously that it was main spec for me. Because he was insistent that he get the gear and not me. And that was his reason. He had no valid points other than the fact that he was butthurt that I was getting gear that he wanted. And up again. That's how you cure Doom. You die, and then you get back up. Oh my god, we're actually not at the halfway point yet. I spoke too early. We got a few more floors to go. Another padding boss. Nah, I'm not kidding. I'm just kidding. I don't remember when the next boss is. I know there's another boss on the way up. Ignorant child, whose works are ephemera and folly. Never forget, it is not your power over the temporal world holds sway, but our king's own providence. Remember, always, you are insignificant. You are worthless, meaningless, pointless. You die brief, temporary lives, and therefore do not matter. Psychotic, I actually only got one of the claws back in the day. The more recent claw that I got for my transmog suit actually took me a surprisingly short period of time to get. It was only a few weeks. I was astonished. And you only need one for the transmog. It doesn't matter which one you get, you just need one of them. But I only ever got one back in the day on my hunter. The other one I used the Justice Badge one you could get. Ready for another drink? Ignorant child. He really is saying it each time. Ignorant child, blind whither you go and whence you come. It is the undying who straighten the weave you tangle so, who choose the path you must walk. So has it been, and so shall it be, as befits those of our wisdom, ever living. So basically the Occuria are elves, but less pretty. Unless you're a stone philiac. In which case, what the hell, dude? This should be a boss fight. I'm being disingenuous. I've already really explained how I feel the Occuria are. Hey, look! Just kind of hanging out in the Serby steppes here. I think. I'm not sure, really. Oh my god, it's a fish that flies. Okay. I'm with it. I'm with it. Why am I suddenly controlling Vaughn? This is Slit, apparently. Or Slight. Oh, you mean the location, yeah. I think you're right. Cheetah Downs or something like that. I'm not 100% sure. It's somewhere around Arcades. Alright, time for this really difficult boss fight. Ugh. Oh, this is so stressful. Oh, man. Oh, I need to give myself a back rub here. Yep. Gotta keep powering through. Power through it. Power through it. Yep, I got this. I got this. Oh, got a crack in my neck. Okay, we're good. Hang on. Other direction. Other direction. Okay, we're good. God. Yeah, I could be crushing this guy like a bug if I felt like changing around a few things. Oh, by the way, every single boss in the Pharos has the paling thing going on for it. At least at one point. Except for Gabranth, he doesn't do that. He doesn't pull that crap. Yeah, this guy is super weak to that and would just fall over and die. Especially at level 60, which is what I am. we win. We have beaten stone and water. Oh, actually, I'm yawning. Oh, right, I got woken up at like 7 today. Forgot about that. Whatever, we're beating FF12 today, damn it. If I recall correctly. River Grey. If I recall correctly. I'm gonna eat some carrots. Seriously, if you have any questions, now's a great time for it. Because it's just... You notice we've gone through a huge chunk of time with 0 cutscenes. Not even like a cutscene with no significance. Or cutscenes with significance, just no cutscenes at all. Also, I was just about to say, the music finally changes, because we are now on the second descent. That's right. Yeah. We're on floor 60 now. Of 100. Ignorant child! Of ignorance afeard! Rare is the power that combined! Here alone such magics work. See around the one joker. Neath mingling of crystal waters and de-affected jewels. That's how the Occuria talk, right? Alright. Knowledge avails me now. So, fun fact. I think I just screwed myself over completely. Yeah, so, I did. So, you have a choice here to basically give up something. Once you have given up something, then you can proceed. And, I just gave up magic, so I can't heal. Or buff. Notice I have no, mini-map either. Because, and I believe this is the vernacular, screw me. Okay, fine, kill him, just so we don't have anything at our back. Stop parrying, you bastard. Oh, never mind, we can heal. We're good. Maybe I picked the wrong thing? I swore that's how this worked. Now I'm thinking, because I swear to God that's how this worked. Obviously I'm wrong, because I'm casting Curaja. I'm gonna have to look this up, this is bothering me. Ugh, okay. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. There we go, the Pharos. Okay, here we go. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, never mind. I did actually pick the right thing. Yay! Okay, yeah, so there's the Altar of Knowledge, which gets rid of the minimap. The Altar of Steel, which prevents you from using physical attacks. That would be fun right about now, right? Wouldn't it? Since all of my damage is physical. The Altar of Wealth, which prevents you from using items. And the Altar of Magic, which is the one I was talking about, which prevents you from casting magic. Those are options for proceeding up to the next section. So I was right. I had the wrong thing. You could actually lose the ability to cast magic and the ability to physically attack for this section of the game. All I have to do is blindly roam around. I should have gone without items, but whatever. I don't actually... I'm kind of lost already. I have an idea of where I am. Yay, 300 gil. Where is my party? Hello, party. Hello, computer. Once upon a time, Lord Omicron, in the long, long ago. I'm sorry, Deutsch. If it makes you feel any better, Little Caesars? I don't know. Pizza. I have to admit, pizza does not sound good right now. Oh, God. But that's because of my blah-ness at the moment. Hey, Little Caesars can be awesome. I have had bad Little Caesars and good Little Caesars. Yeah, so fun fact, I was actually trying to use the no magic thing, just to demonstrate how horrible that is. I suppose you'll just have to take my word for it that not being able to heal or cast or buff or dispel is a horrible thing. Sorry, guys. And I'm gonna die. Run away! Run away! Run away! Oh, God. Yeah, repetition would probably lower the enjoyment factor there, Samurai. To earn! Wait. Hey, look! I got the map for the area, guys! Isn't that great? Isn't that... Oh, God, why? Ignorant child! Wait, hang on. Ignorant child! Take a drink, hang on. Ignorant child, orphan from history's truth, in heights unknown and unknowable sit we, siren over all. No more this evil lace to walk, from distant silence watch we your doings, beyond the reach of mortal knowing. I think I'll go with like a heavy pseudo-Russian thing for the next one. Ignorant child! Tell her, Sturgis. Sturgis? Tell her. No, no, samurai. Ignorant child, thou must not drinkest thine whole, flask in one going. Thou must continuest on in thine oath sworn to evermore, to the drinking upon certain vows fulfilled. God, I have no idea where I am. I mean, I do, but I don't know where I'm going. That's the problem. I'm looking for a stairs up, and I don't know where it is. Or where it could be, for that matter. And now to kill the most horrible creature ever, Diablo, who is in FF2 12 now. It's okay, we got him. We're good, guys, we're good. Interesting. Hang on, Lord Omicron. I'm gonna have to turn on my toaster. Give me a minute. Yes, I turn on my toaster with my toe. What do you want from me? They're in awe of the Pharos, Samurai. They wanted you to experience it in all its glory, in all its horror. Oh, looks like it loaded. Okay. Star Trek 2. Star Trek 2. Well, I don't know what's up with that, Lord Omicron. It should be there. Like, is it not showing up at all, or is it just flawed and being downloaded or whatever? Also, no taking my job. I'm having a hard enough time as it is, Samurai. Not cool, man. You were the chosen one. You were supposed to save the stream, not send it into darkness. Etc., etc. Oh my god, I've looped. I've looped. Alright. Time to start following left wall. That's a down. Yep, that's a down. Well, we've managed to go back where we came from. So, if you go to iTunes, Lord Omicron, and I'm putting this, like, with an asterisk, theoretically, you should be able to find all of my stuff up there. Including all, you know, everything I've uploaded. But like I said, I have the Star Trek 2 podcast, you know, the audio version, the podcast version. Like, I'm staring at it. Following left wall. Following left wall. Anyone ever watch Kung Pao? For those of you who have, I'm just going to leave this line here. Swing in a chain. Swing in a chain. This isn't even grinding. This isn't even close to grinding. This is nothing compared to the grind that exists in this game. This is just the effectively the last dungeon. It's not literally the last dungeon, it is effectively the last dungeon. I still don't have a map! Oh my god. I'm up to floor 63 of 100. I guess this might qualify as grind, since by my own definition, the main definer of grind is something I don't enjoy that I have to do more of than I want to. So I suppose I will actually agree with you, Deutsch. Congratulations, Deutsch. You have swayed me. I've decided to join the Deutsch side of the Force. Knew there was one of these somewhere. I like how there's a freaking trap right in front of us. Let's go and see what it is. Oh, it's a rejuvenation trap. Yay, okay. Ready for the drink? Ignorant child! Okay, so I said I'd do a different accent for this one. Ignorant child, stranger in history's house. Undying, it is we who guide your way, with primal light. When from appointed paths you stray, by our chosen are you led here, once more along the true course. And take a drink. Hey, Sigma. And now I get to keep following left wall for a bit. I'm just going to keep doing that in this place. Screw it. So here's a question. How many of you prefer left wall and how many of you prefer white wall for following a wall? An MMORPG without a grind. Yes, Guild Wars 1. Okay. In fairness, it isn't really an MMO. It's a CORPG. And I'll admit that difference, and it is significant. But it's all you'd need is that kind of a game, and BAM! I will also allow the caveat that Guild Wars 1 does technically have grind. But all of that is in the fully cosmetic area. In other words, if you want to look cool in Guild Wars 1, by God, you're going to earn it. But as far as content and levels and all that stuff, no. Zero grind. But yes, it is possible to not have padding, which is what you're saying, Vimes, in an MMORPG format. It is not advised, because money is a thing, but I mean, that's the summary. As long as money is still a factor in video gaming, padding is an unfortunate necessity to video games. It's just reality. Oh my god, I'm never gonna get out of the no map section. Wow, imagine, so all this place, all this thing I've gone through. Imagine going through all this with no magic or no attacks. Just imagine that for a moment. Okay, got your drinks ready? Ignorant child! It really is. Let's see.
You're a child, blessed the life on clay below. All that lived and ever shall are as nothing before the undying.
I'm gonna run out of drink at this rate. Jeez Louise. Yes, Lord Omicron. That is exactly what I'm referring to. So I would argue that there are several MMOs out there that have a strong story focus, Vimes. If I'm understanding you correctly. Is that what you're asking? Like, having a strong story focus in an MMO? Because again, I would argue that there are several that do have a strong story focus. 3 that I can think of right off the top of my head. And not even pulling it technically like Guild Wars, which was not an MMO. Wow, this is actually a new one, so take another drink. I need another voice. Ignorant child, crawling through the life and clay below, all that lived and never shall, by Giravegan's grace to prosper, now and forever. There we go. Oh, please be the boss. Please be the boss. No, it's not the boss. Oh my god. I'm never gonna get out of this section of the game. Guys, oh my god, I'm in Groundhog Day. Guys, I'm in Groundhog Day. I'm kidding. I'm pretty sure this is the boss. The next boss, actually. Boss, what is this? Boss 3, I think? Ignorant child. Oh my god, it's Leopard Man, I guess? Oh well. Die! He is literally immune to holy damage. Damn it, Lord Omicron. Yes, sure you. That's the answer to your question. Also, that's not really Frostborn. That's like he literally took a chunk of the floor and just picked it up and was like, yeah. And yes, there's tons of story left in WoW. WoW has been getting more story-focused each expansion, and that is continuing into Legion, as I'll be talking about when we go through the lore run. There's lots of lore to cover there. Holy crap, there's lots of lore to cover there. Star Trek Online is another MMO I would say has a very strong story component to it. Lore component, if you will. I would also argue that Lord of the Rings Online has a very strong story component. Why are you asking that in all caps? Oh my god. I'm just still have no mini-map. I'm never going to be free of this section of the game. Oh, hang on. This is my last sip here. Oh wow! Pilgrim impelled to heaven's heights, skyward keep your course. In vessel of sky now make your way. Reaching this place, your worth proven. The path for you shall open. Okay, same thing. Let's go then! Give me the no? Okay. Well, in any case, yes, this is going to YouTube. Kodimura? Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. Apparently! Shurio. Nope, there was no drink. He didn't say ignorant child. I'm sad. I have considered that, Omicron, and then I have, after careful consideration, declined to do so. There's actually a lot of problems with doing so. Distribution, organization, and informatively speaking, Lord Omicron. So, yeah, I have declined. Also, yay, we're free. We have a mini-map. Yes. Oh, right, we're already done with that. Up we go. Yeah. Illidan is actually a bit of a complicated story. The long and the short of it is that though he died, his soul was separated from himself, and so his body was entombed, and his soul was off doing its own thing. Gul'dan is the one who actually reconnected his soul to his body, assuming Illidan would be an ally to the Legion, which he was very mistaken in. Yeah, it's great, isn't it, Godemura? This is the 10th year that this game... We're not, like, at it exactly, but we've basically been 10 years since FF12 came out, and it still looks amazing, in my opinion. And other than the last part of the game, still plays amazing, too. Big net positive. Yeah. It's a fair question, Lord Omicron, but like I said, I have considered it extensively. Wow. That's right. Third song. The meat of Dynasty. I hope you're not afraid of heights, because holy crap, at this point, we are way up here. We are 80 floors up here in a stone tower. Alright, so once again, my last drink. Wow. You who reach this final sphere, no paths herein will you find. The heights you've climbed, their glyphs, these shall be your guide. The seal of night, look first. Not easily this realm to pass, failing twice, punishment you will face. Alright, so you gotta hit these in the right order. Which I don't remember the order. So I'm just gonna cheat and do a save state. Dude, Omicron, you're fine. If you actually irritated me, it would be pretty obvious. Okay, so there's Sacrifice, which was last. There's the red sigil. There's the green. Yeah. We did black first. Was black first? Alright, let's just guess, shall we? I'm gonna guess black first. Aha! Correct! This is the low point of the... Well, no. The Great Crystal is the low point of the game, but this is the second low point of the game. So I'm pretty sure I just guessed correctly. Yay. Ow. Oh my god, ow. Oh. I don't remember what these things drop, but I remember they drop something. caldera, maybe? Oh, well, doesn't matter now. Yes, there will be lots of WoW discussion during the WoW lore. At least I hope so! If not, I'm doing something wrong. Alright, once again, I'm going to save because I don't feel like repeating myself, because this section gets really old. And I've never actually had access to save states before, because I've never played this off of PS2. So... so we already did black. What's this? Sacrifice was like the third one. Welcome back, Nicholas, to the Pharos of Eternity. Let's try green. Okay, we're good. No, it's part of the actual game. If I was playing this on the PS2, it would still work that way. You just hit L1, and everything just speeds up like this. And then you can turn it on and off at will. It works for combat, too, so if I want this battle to be over quickly, I can just sit back here and hit L1. Rely on my gambits. Okay, so one more save state. Now, the save state is not a function of the console. Okay, so now it should be sacrifice, which is over here. Alright, what do we got here? Pretty sure this is correct? Maybe? Yes, okay, we're good. We're up to floor 80, guys. We're almost there, except we're not. It's okay. There is a really awesome cutscene at the end of all this, I swear. I swear. Just stick with me, guys. Just think of this like a war, you know, movie. My first completed task or the first game I ever poked at tasking times? Because those are two very different questions. A high potion. Well, that was worth it. Wait, there's another one? There shouldn't be another one. Congrats, Bragwin. That boss was irritating for me. And I'm way over leveled. Gabranth is pretty awesome here. This is where we finally get to see what Gabranth's character arc actually is. Ow! Yeah, no, this is only in the international version. And I'm dead again. I just like dying periodically. It adds flavor to things. Come on, let me... There we go. You do fight Gabranth, yes. He is one of the bosses at the end of all of this. We're just gonna save state and guess. No, that looks like that was a wrong. That's the blank sigil, which I've already done. It's the green sigil, which I've already done. Hey, Rosulio. Sacrifice, which I've already done. Now I'm confused. Let's just pick one at random, see what happens. this is... Okay, so maybe that was the right room. Maybe I'm just an idiot. Say, that was clearly the failure room. Ah, traps. Rejuvenation traps, even. Yeah, we're all kind of hoping for that Kodamura. Sorry. My pronunciations are never good. So, Vimes, I'm not aware of any game I've actually boasted as being easy. Quite the contrary, most of the time when I make statements about that, the point is to explain that this game is hard, not easy. Well, nowadays, Lord Omicron, I usually recommend you pick up FF4... damn it. On the DS, or actually the Steam version, if you have access to that. So, both of those are an option. There we go. Nope, not that one either. Could someone say Kefka really quick to verify that I'm online? That Twitch isn't screwing me over. Oh! God, another one? Like, I remember the first few. Here, let's just get a save it real quick. And try one at random, because I don't even know what it is. Thank you! Okay, so apparently I'm still online. I freely admit that I have called FF8 an easy game, and I stand by that statement. You cannot convince me that FF8 is not an easy game. It's not happening. But I've never called StarCraft an easy game. In fact, StarCraft 2 is a brutally difficult game, especially if you're playing on Brutal, which is the point. Oh! We might have another drink moment. I might finally drink the last of my drink. Nope. You who reach this final sphere through these great gulfs of space, to the undying and the final paths belong, pure brilliance unseen and distances traversed, untainted by glyph and color. Okay. Let's get a save in there. Final boss, spam Lionheart. That is actually how I did it, if you'll remember, ago, during the actual lore run. You know, super underleveled, hadn't done anything whatsoever to set up my characters, and she was just creaming me with that one gear check attack. And I literally just got to the point where I spammed Lionheart on her face over and over and over. And it took several tries off camera, if you'll recall, until I finally brought her down, because it was a bit of RNG on whether or not I would actually kill her. Okay, so hang on, save. I believe it's this one. Nope. This one. I believe this one. I've grown to enjoy easier games more in my old age, I've noticed, than when I was a lot younger. Wrong one. Trees down. I don't think it's green. Like, I'm almost positive it isn't. Which is going to be funny, because it's going to be green. Nope, it wasn't green. Okay, next. Black? Man, speak for yourself. I suck at Minesweeper. Wow. Okay. Red, maybe? I don't think I've ever actually beaten a match of Minesweeper, like ever. Okay, so it's got to be one of the hidden ones for this one. Okay. This way, maybe? Let's... Oh, here it is. This is the one I want. Let's just say. And I need to... Hang on, let's get rid of Petrify really quick. Okay, so here's my opinion on FF15 in a nutshell, and we've been talking about this a bit lately, so I've kind of already got this in my head. The gameplay looks fun, but I know so little about the story that I'm looking at it right now like it's 10-2. And in case you don't know my opinion on 10-2, 10-2 actually has a very enjoyable gameplay, and I love the combat system, I love the job system. And then there's the story of 10-2, which I have to kind of rip out of its claws, if you will. So I am worried that FF15 will be another example of FF10-2. Good gameplay, not a great story. Thanks, Nicholas. Thanks. I believe this is a boss fight. I think. Yeah, okay, so to address Vimes finally, because he hasn't given me any proof yet, can you name one example? Because I can't think of any examples of that off the top of my head. Like, is this Hashmal? I think this is Hashmal. The one thing I could think of, and I've been thinking about this, is one of my viewers asked me to replay a mission on casual just to show how the AI is just really toned down. Like, way toned down, easier. It was the third mission of the Terran campaign of Wings of Liberty. The one where you have to hold the line against the Zerg advance, where, yeah, I just completely curb-stomped it on casual difficulty, because casual difficulty is very easy. That's what I was trying to demonstrate, was that casual was designed for people who don't actually want to have a challenge or difficulty, or don't enjoy RTS gameplay, and just want to enjoy the story. So that is an instance when I said it was easy. Casual difficulty is definitely easy. I do plan on covering it, Cody, but only if it comes out on the PC. I don't really have any particular interest in picking up a PS4 for one game. Or for 3 games, as the case may be. Was that Hashmal? Maybe? I don't remember which one that was. It was Hashmal! Also known as the awesome dude from Final Fantasy Tactics. Seriously, Hashmal was the strongest badass of the Lucavi in Final Fantasy Tactics, who was also literally the mastermind behind everything. No, Deborah. I just really, I really would prefer Kingdom Hearts 3, FF15, and FF7 would come out on the PC. That would just, that would work out for me. Yay! I have something to get rid of disease. Thank God. We're almost there, guys. We're almost to the top of the tower. We got this, guys. Maybe. Let's get a save state in, just to make sure that I don't accidentally hit that and accidentally lose an hour of content, because I've done that before. Literally accidentally hit the keyboard and whoops, and I just lost tons of progress.
The din of the mist grows greater.
The Suncrest must be near.
I wonder if she'll really do it. Take revenge against the Empire. I mean, I know how she must feel. It's hard, losing someone you care about.
Something we all got in common.
But you know, no matter how hard we try, we can't change the past. There's nothing that can bring them back.
Okay, I'm sorry, this is a really small thing, but this is so cool. If you paid attention, their actual steps coincided with where the steps were. Each foot that they moved onto another step in the staircase. It may sound like a little thing, but that is actually really hard to line up properly. Most of the time, they just do a generic walking animation, and the staircases, in terms of model, is just a flat line. So they're doing this. So every now and again, like, there'll be a chunk like this, and their foot is just hanging in midair. But they actually lined up the steps with the steps, and that's awesome.
Still, sometimes when I close my eyes, I can see them so clearly.
I have not played Grey Goo yet,
Illusions of the past.
Lord Omicron.
You
No.
think to have cast them off, only to find them years later, unwearying, unrelenting. The past can bind a man as surely as irons. Cut the true path. But will she?
Nope, Zect will, because Zect is awesome. I, Judge Magister, condemn thee to oblivion. Anyways, Vimes, if you want to see some of my task stuff, I actually have an entire playlist for both speedruns and tasking on my YouTube that contains stuff like that, including some discussions of what tasking is, and of course my penultimate task, the one I spent several years working on, my Chrono Trigger level 1 task. The only ASCII roguelike I've played is NetHack, other than Rogue, of course. I've never been a huge fan of roguelikes in general, so it takes a very rare roguelike for me to actually get into it and enjoy it. Alright, so let's do this. It's time for a cutscene of awesome. There we go. Still keeping track of cutscenes on the side here.
So this is the Suncrest.
God, look at that thing. Kind of terrifying looking, isn't it?
King Wraithwall stood here. With this sword, he cut the Suncrest and took its power in his hand.
I have played Dwarf Fortress, but I wasn't counting that, no. Also, I like how she has both swords in her hands for this scene.
Don't interrupt me, Vaughn.
Hey, War Wager. Welcome to the second best cutscene in the game. The level of power this thing can hold is ridiculous. Really, it is. The best cutscene is the heavily political one, the one where Drace dies, basically. Between Vayne and the Judge Magisters. At the death of Emperor Gramis.
Rassler.
Now they can all see him, by the way.
You want revenge? You would have me use the stone?
Well, yeah. Because I'm not
You would have
Rassler.
me destroy the Empire?
He never
Is
was.
this my duty? Is this what you want? I cannot.
Why do you hesitate? Take what is yours. The Christ is a blade. It was meant for you. Wield it. Avenge your father.
By the way, he actually did murder her father.
Yes. It was I who wore Bashi's face, who cut down the life of Dalmasca. Lady Ash, your father's murderer is here.
You and Rex!
I
Who?
slew your king. I slew your country. Do these deeds not demand vengeance? Yes, good. Find your wrath. Take up your sword. Fight, and serve those who died before you.
A Judge Magister there was. 2 years passed. He took in his hand the Midlight Shard, stolen from Nabradia, and used it not knowing what he did. And Nabudis was blown away. Sid ordered this of him, to learn the Nethicite's true power. That man swore never to let such terrible power be used again. He forsook his Judicer's plate and his name.
Judge Zect.
It's been too long, Gabranth. Reach out your hand, Lady Ash. But remember, that which you must grasp is something beyond revenge, something greater than despair. Something beyond our reach. Try as we might, Gabranth, history's chains bind us too tightly.
No, we cannot escape the past. This man is living proof. What is your past, daughter of Dalmasca? Did you not swear revenge? Do the dead not demand it?
This is the scene where I really feel bad for Gabranth, by the way. He sounds so lost, so utterly confused. So incapable. This is also where Vaughn has his last good cutscene and completes his story arc. Sure, Lord Omicron.
Rassler, my prince, our time was short. Yet I know this. You are not the kind to take base revenge! The Rassler I knew is gone.
You are our saint, Ashalia Banagin. You must use the Nethicite. You must be the one to straighten history's weave.
I am no false saint for you to use.
Ash.
In all Dalmasca's long history, not once did we rely on the Dusk Shard.
They could
Our
have.
people resolved never to use it, though their need might be dire. That was the Dalmasca I wanted back. To use the stone now would be to betray that. I will destroy the Sun Christ. I will discard the stone.
You claim no need of power? What of your broken kingdom's shame?
Yes,
The
how do
dead
you
demand justice!
how do you bear shame?
You're wrong.
Huh?
What would change? I can't help my brother now. My brother's gone. He's dead.
Even with power, we cannot change what is past. What is done, is done.
Yet without power, what future can you claim? What good a kingdom you cannot defend?
Then I will defend Queen and Kingdom both.
And of course, Bosch.
Defend? You who failed Landis and Dalmasca. What can shame hope to keep safe? Your shield is shattered. Your oaths poison those you would protect.
Vimes, this is officially your second warning. Don't insult my chat. Ever. You can insult me all you want. You can claim that I'm some kind of egotistical prat who constantly boasts. That's fine. I can endure that. But don't insult my viewers.
When you abandoned home and kin, your name was forever stained with blood.
Aye. This stain is mine to bear.
Ironically, I have Bosch in the party for this, so this works
I
out.
did all that I could for hope.
Grin and strut as you like. In the end, we are the same. Bloodthirsting carrion birds. Hellbent on revenge.
I'll tell you, by the way, Gabranth would also fit in Kingdom Hearts pretty well, I think. He is such a broken man. Poor Gabranth. He would fit in KOTOR 2 as well.
So you, too, would leave your debts unpaid.
Enough of this! I can bear no more. You disappoint me, Gabranth.
What?
He trusted you. When you bared steel against the princess, you forswore your obligations to your emperor. You shame yourself and make mockery of Lord Lars's trust. You are unfit to serve him as sword or shield, and so I release you from that service. Your presence is neither required nor welcome.
Ouch. Remember, that's all Gabranth has at this point.
Gabranth!
You were only a tool of this Venar.
How quaint. We are allies. The Occuria give men power as a master feeds his dog. It is meant to tame us. How well you've resisted their wile. By turning your back on their stones, you give us free hand to write our own history.
And at what price? Dalmasca's freedom for your Nethicite? I shall not suffer you to have it. The Suncrest be damned!
Be sure that it is! For what other purpose do you think you brought us here? But, my lady, I would have you stay your Occurian sword. The Suncrest is glutted with mist, and so precious a thing must not be squandered. Let us use the stone! Finish this for now! Shards of Nethicite, cocoon of the Suncrest, spill forth your mist upon this evil east. Let sea and sky be awash in it, that Bahamut may come and drink his fill.
Bahamut! Drink! Yes, we're drinking from Bahamut as well. Yes, I exaggerated. No, I don't care.
And lo, how brightly burned their lanthorn! Casts it back the shadow of Occurian design, testament that man's history shall be his alone!
You made your Nethicite for this. You mimic the Occuria stone for what? To become a god yourself?
On whose shoulders better to stand than those of the would-be gods? Ah, such high hopes I once had, but you ran and they with you. Alas, the hour of your return is late. Come, family, revel in the glory of my triumph!
Well, time to obliterate him. In fact, let's go ahead and turn on all my gambits for this, just to really take this seriously. I should probably go ahead and do that too. In preparation for the inevitable Vayne fight. Whoa, God! That's right, Sid just brought more Daka. Exploding. Exploding Daka. I love that. Didn't even do anything. And round 2. Or 3, I guess, at this point.
Behold the manufactured nethicite, the fruit of our power and knowledge. See what the stone of man is capable of. Witness its power with your own eyes. Suffrage to me!
Final Esper here that we're going to be seeing for this playthrough. Famfrit, which is an interesting boss, considering he basically just is... He's got a giant urn of water. I agree. Whoa! Graphics bug! Oh god, more graphics bug. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, hang on. We've done all the ones we were going to do, Toot. We're not going after Yzmat because... Okay, I need to adjust his thing here. Hey, Shadow. About 3 hours now? Okay. Attack Famfrit. There we go. Yeah, no kidding, Toot. I mean, I've taken out Yzmat once, ever. That wasn't even on the international version, too, so... I will probably at some point do that just so I can say I've done it on the international version. Wataraja! Bam! Ow, that actually hurt. Come on, almost got him. Okay. Yeah, no kidding, Deborah. A Yzmat stream would be an all-day stream of the setup and then the actual fight itself. Oh god, he brought out another gun! Another gun! Gotta admit, Sid makes some shiny guns. Oh! Okay, that should do a lot of damage. It's not going to, but... I think I would have preferred it if Vaughn wasn't in the game, but I do admit that he is used to good effect at several occasions, including the scene we just saw with Gabranth. There's also the scene in Jahara, where he's pretty good, and there's a couple others. I don't think Vaughn is a net negative for me, is what I'm trying to say. He is a net positive, but I would probably enjoy the game more if he wasn't in it, or if he wasn't a playable character, I should say, or if he died. And I don't mean that as a negative, I mean like if he had a servicing the plot death kind of a situation going on. Famfrit. Which I always think should be fire for some reason, but he's not. He's water.
Let him by, Venar. It is done.
He's nice.
How I have enjoyed these 6 years.
Gotta admit, they have accomplished an insane amount of stuff technologically and magitechnologically in 6 years.
Pleasure was all mine.
Was there no other way? Spend your pity elsewhere. If you are so set on running,
Hadn't you best be off, fool of a pirate?
Oh, Bosch is awesome. Absolutely. Bosch is amazing. I've often argued that Bosch, Balthier, and Ash are, combined, the main characters of FF12.
Fran? Fran!
Yeah, this is probably not cooled mist at this point.
The mist burns. To bursting. It beats. The cocoon.
Hey, Occuria.
The Suncrest bursts. You must run as far as you can.
Easy, Fran.
Yeah, no kidding, Warwaiter. In 6 years.
Hadn't you best be off? That's what a sky pirate does. You fly, don't you?
I suppose you'd better hang on then.
Ash, the sword! We have to stop it!
I like how it's literally difficult for them to physically reach the thing now, because that's the sheer amount of power it's pushing out at this point. Also, keep in mind, all this power is currently being sucked into the Bahamut. If only you knew someone nearby who was extremely personally powerful who could reach the stone.
You must quit this place. It's reacting. I've not seen its like before. Nay, never this large. Never such threat impendent. For Nabudis.
Redis! Redis, no!
I, Judge Magister, condemn you to oblivion!
Notice how people notice this from all over the world. That's how powerful this impact was. Everyone notices this. You think the Leviathan explosion was something? That pales! And somehow the party survives. I don't know how. Don't ask. I don't know how. They shouldn't have. Like, they should have evacuated before doing that or something. I mean, jeez Louise.
Redis.
No, Zagoten. We're going straight for the endgame. By which I mean the Bahamut. By plot armor. One of them had the reverse spell. That's how they survived it. Interesting thought, Warwager. I don't know. Wouldn't surprise me, honestly. They had the exit spell, but there is no exit spell in FF12. I've been complaining about that.
Al-Cid?
We let ourselves inside. The situation is one demanding some haste, you understand?
How did you know where we were?
I have spies everywhere.
My little birds. They tell me many, many things. My lady, the war begins now.
Then you were unsuccessful in stopping the Rosarian fleet?
I used a variety of methods, All went according to plan until it came time to request withdrawal of our most devoted generals. In their enthusiasm for war, our great military leaders went behind my back straight to Marquis Sandor's resistance.
Take a drink for Marquis. Although he said it pretty accurate.
During training, a division of the
Marquis,
resistance
at least.
ignored their orders and disappeared. They were next found exchanging broadsides with the Imperials over Old Nabradia.
Why would they go there? They were asking to be found.
Yep.
You misunderstand. Those ships must surely belong to Rosarian Division. They may have joined Ondor's resistance forces as patriots or even mercenaries, but in reality they are regulars of the Rosarian army, under direct command of our Ward Pavilion. This fifth column has invaded Imperial airspace and provoked a response. Unable to abandon them, His Excellency the Marquis was obliged to give his main fleet the order to attack. And the battleground is Dalmasca.
By coincidence. Because of
Should
Constantinople.
this fight drag on, Rosario will enter the fray. The defense of Dalmasca is their excuse, and we will have a war between empires.
Correct. They will bide their time waiting to strike until the Empire has spent itself against the Marquis, but then he will crush them and the Marquis both between his hands.
Vayne holds the Dusk Shard no longer. His advantage is lost.
Vayne has advantages enough. He stands on higher ground, and my birds tell me he has awoken something quite large. Bahamut,
Drink.
Lord of the Sky. There was a stirring in the mist, in the direction of Ridorana, I am told. Bahamut awoke soon after this.
Drink.
It is the mist that came before the Christ was undone. It breathed life into this Bahamut. If Rethers had not stopped it when he did, how much more mist might it have drunk? All went according to Dr. Sid's designs.
Yes, the man's last great accomplishment, I fear. And so it falls to me to put an end to the thing.
Yep. Balthier has to take down the
Vayne
Bahamut.
commands Bahamut himself?
Drink.
He comes to Rabanastar.
Then I will defend Dalmasca and stop this Bahamut.
Set
This
the
is my
drink.
charge.
That's our charge, actually.
It's our home. It belongs to us all.
Bosch is like, well, yeah, duh. I'm up to 7 drinks I need to go grab. I'm out of drink.
My charge is to hinder and delay this Rosarian invasion for as long as is possible. I will do what I can. Ah, yes. When this unpleasantness is done, you must come to Rosaria. I will take you to the Amber Vale of Clan Margrace. Such things I will show you. Until then, I will be waiting.
You know, it really would have been nice to see Rosaria. I know. It's possible they were going to show it, and they just never got around to it, but whatever. So, for the record, since about noonish, so we're looking at about 5 hours of gameplay. Maybe 6, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. We have had a grand total of 8 cutscenes, 5 of which have been significant, per the voting of the chat, and of course, my own thoughts on the matter. And we're going to the last dungeon. So, I think that really has made my point for me. I don't really feel like I need to add anything else to that. Really. 8 cutscenes total between Balfaheim after Dracula Laboratories and the end of the game, the last dungeon. So, yeah. In case you think... I only wanted to do this... I'm showing my work, basically. In case you think I was being exaggerative when I said that they literally just kind of were rushing towards the end and kind of was like, shove, quick, go! Okay. Let's get in that save. And I owe myself 6 drinks. I'm going to grab a drink super quick. This won't take me long. And then... Bahamut! Okay. So I owe 6 drinks here. I actually just looked up the thing. I just looked up the timeline yesterday or the day before, and FF12 actually occurs before Tactics by about a millennia and a half. Dude, I don't drink alcohol. No, this is Canada Dry. Oh yeah, hang on, eating the can. There you go. Where am I going? This way. I really should stop calling it Canada Dry, because a huge number of people misunderstand that logically. Because most people associate Canada Dry with ginger ale, which I don't drink. Well, I'm going to the last dungeon right now, Lord Omicron. Literally, that's this thing right here. Bam. To the Bahamut. Excuse me. Yes, Aguiar. Something happened between the two. We don't know what exactly. And basically completely did a... yes, Sigma. Did a completely technological reset on the whole setting. Set them back to the medieval ages with only the beginnings of technological progress, mostly taken from what they can scavenge. So these cutscenes are amazing.
What could it be?
They really showcase not only how awesomely powerful and cool the Bahamut is, but also this is probably our best look at what Rabanastre actually looks like. Because we get to see quite a few of the city right over there in the distance. Tonic high five! I like to think that the reason for that dust cloud is that's literally just what happens when the Bahamut moves. That's true, Silhouette.
Make your target the Resistance heavy cruiser.
Oh, trust me. This last dungeon is so short. You'll see what I mean. It's literally like 3 rooms. We'll get to it.
By his son. A common tale of late.
Firing solution complete. Sighting is good. Release valves open. The nether sites are critical. Auxiliary show clear.
Put an end to this. They have already surrendered.
This is relevant, by the way. The moment the Resistance fleet saw the Bahamut, they surrendered. Vane's response to their declaring surrender is...
Let us make of this an offering. One he might see even now. Vinar, what say you?
The main battery stands ready.
I beg you.
Fire.
So in response to a surrender, I want to stress that because that's not exactly a small thing. Well, yeah. They actually have a mist cannon. That does that.
Why this?
Once they see that there can be no surrender, the Resistance must needs come at us with all they have.
There's that pragmatism.
We will answer their attack head-on and destroy them. before the eyes of all Rabanastre.
If you do this, the people will only grow to hate you the more.
And should I pardon them, they will only rise up yet again.
Though that back and forth right there is Ivalice in a nutshell. Idealism versus pragmatism. Because both of them are right. Larsa is right in that you should try to approach with diplomacy, and if you push them down, they will hate you all the more. And Vayne is right in that if I spare them, if I pardon them, they'll just come back and try to come after me later when I'm not ready for them. Both are right, and both are wrong.
I do not believe they would. In cooperation lies our hope. You are mistaken. You are wrong, brother.
And if I am? You had best find the strength you need to correct me then.
Ship sighted ahead! A score or more! The resistance fleet, my lord!
Well, in fairness, Bahamut is also technically the last boss, Cody.
Today we write the first page of a new history. Our history. Each of you must play his part.
God, that's a big
Put down
fleet.
this rebellion.
Look at that.
For Arcadia, we fight!
For Arcadia!
And now we're going to watch Star Wars for a bit. But I don't mean that as a derogatory. This whole airship battle is awesome. Seriously.
May fortune favor us all.
By the way, this kind of thing, if it ever happens in Primus, is going to crack the continent in half. Just saying. And some of my viewers know I mean that literally. I think, personally, Odson, because he actually cares about his son Larsa, and he has no desire for Larsa to be as pragmatic and ruthless as he is.
All ships clear. Give word to the cannons. Make ready and fire.
I will say they impressed me a bit with the Garland's combat capacity. That's quite a barrage to hit the Alexander there. But the Alexander was literally just a distraction.
Prepare the second volley. Be quick.
Because they were powering up the main gun.
By the gods.
Yeah. Nice little strategy. They are so lucky that didn't hit the Garland, or the Marquis would be very dead right now. Also, notice how it's damaging even the paling over Rabanastre.
She's lost.
And speaking of which, so this is a battle going over a city. Now the paling... Well, we'll talk about it later.
Could it be?
The paling is not just a game thing. It is actually an aspect of lore as well.
Uncle, it is I. I'm crossing to the Bahamut to stop...
Drink! Drink.
What are you saying? You are too rash. Your duties come after the battle is over.
If we allow them to destroy us here, there will be no after. You must assist our charge.
Stop! You must pull back. Stop the stroll.
Hold it! I mean, wait! This is Master Solidor. I'm going in with her, so... we're fine. I got the princess covered.
That is so terrible.
Larsa Solidor? So you hold him as a hostage?
No, Uncle. He will fight with us against Vayne.
Leave it to us.
Oh god, yeah, imagine if the Junon cannon could be moved at will.
Understood. Our fate is in your hands.
By the way, I do like the way that that was a nice Chekhov's gun there.
I got the princess covered.
That was a nice way to tie it back up into
We're relying on you for fire
things.
support. Give them something to think about.
Oh, you got it, dude! Awesome, awesome. Funnily enough, several scenes from this battle, this one of the last scenes in the entire game, are actually in the intro when you start up the game. There's a great shot of Rabanastre, by the way, and the desert around it.
Quite the welcome. Careful.
God, that ship is maneuverable.
Then let's dance.
A new partner.
It's not easy being this popular, you know.
How many? Are you asking how many times I've played through it, Odson? I don't know. At least 10. Possibly more times I've played through it. Now, this is my first time playing through the international version, so making that point. Okay, so this is it, guys. The last dungeon. We have to go through up the massive Death Star. I mean, Bahamut. And this is going to be. I'm predicting this is going to be a very, very long, arduous. I mean, you saw how long the Pharos was, right? I mean, huge. Took us literally a couple of hours to go through the Pharos. So going through the Sky Fortress Bahamut is going to take forever.
Vane will be in the fortress's command tower. I saw something of the like on our way in here. Right above our heads.
Lots of balancing changes out here.
We need not fight all the Empire to win.
I kind of think it does, Odson.
We can put an end to this war.
I think it's a positive and a negative.
Let's get going then.
I think they could have
perched and knock them off.
I think it would have been nice if they had smoothed out a couple of things balance-wise. Because it's actually possible to completely screw yourself out of certain things if you set up your jobs in a certain way. Treasure. There we go. Okay, so here it is. Okay, so this is the first room in the last dungeon of the entire game. All right, so we're still here. Okay. It was pointed towards Wu Tai's invading fleet's silhouette. Okay, so so I guess technically this would be the second room. Okay, so we're in the second room. This is it, guys. This is the final dungeon of the entire game. Yeah, no kidding, Brickwood. Now, in fairness, all I would have had to do is a ton of optional stuff to be able to get telekinesis unlocked. Okay, so like I said, so this is technically the second room in the last dungeon. This is pretty intense so far, guys. I'm looking forward to seeing. Yeah, for those of you who have played this game, you already know why I'm making fun of this. This cutscene seems very out of place for me. Not a bad cutscene, just very ill-placed. Not this thing. There's something else. We need to show off more Star Wars first. And again, no complaint. This is awesome. Oh no.
Is this their worst?
Yeah, in case you can't tell, the Resistance is losing badly. The only reason the Resistance is even around still is because they're trying not to use their big gun more than they have to. Because they have a finite number of shots with that thing.
The Resistance fights their battle well. We dare not fail them. We dare not falter.
Stop worrying. We just have to clean up here, and then Ash will be the queen.
It's kind of hard to believe. I can't even imagine trying to rule a whole kingdom.
Yeah, this scene.
The queen might always run away with the help of a sky pirate looking to raise his bounty a peg.
Zargabat's awesome.
The queen would need the help of any sky pirates.
Do you really think me as strong as all that?
Who said anything about strong? You'll make it. You got good friends.
So, okay, I like this scene, and it shows, like, the level of camaraderie that's grown for these guys, but this is really ill-placed. Just... Really? Okay, whatever. Whatever. So let's go down with it. Third room of the last dungeon of the entire game. We've got this, guys. First, we have to take out the chess piece enemies. There we go. More chess piece enemies. More chess piece enemies. Alright, fourth room in the game. Or fourth room in the last dungeon. You're welcome, Nomad. I'm glad you liked it. I liked doing it. Did they actually add rooms to this in the international version? Because I should already be at the first boss. Come on, let me in. They might have actually added rooms to this in the international version. Because by memory, it's like 3 rooms, and then you're done with the Bahamut. Wow. Now, I know what you're going to say. You're saying, Arsh, you damn hypocrite. You were just complaining about how long the Pharos is, and now you're complaining about how short the Bahamut is. Yes, absolutely, because there is such a thing as too short, just as there is such a thing as too long. Now, again, I swear this is actually longer in the international version. Because in the original, vanilla version, it's literally, you see that scene I just saw, go through a door, go up an elevator, there's Gabranth. So we would literally be in the middle of fighting Gabranth right now. So they definitely stretched this out a bit in the international version, which that might be a definite positive for the international version right there. I have no idea where I am. Yeah, this does not look familiar to me, any of this stuff right here, so I don't know what's up with this. So let's just kind of move it on home. Move along home. Move along home. I might actually look this up. Anyone care to look this up for me? Just look up the Sky Fortress Bahamut. Ah. What? Okay. Is that where it came from? I can't tell because I have no map. Now, it's not a battleship, it's a Death Star, Shadow. I don't think there's anything in the middle. Oh, there it is, that thing over there. Never mind. Okay, so, looks like I'm just an idiot. My bad, guys. So anyways, let's rewind a bit. So there was room 3. And then there's the elevator. Yeah, okay, looks like there's just stuff I've never done because, finish buffing. One thing I've always wondered, how the hell did Gabranth get here?
I I am Judge Magister.
Seriously.
Even in disgrace, my just reward for aiding the Empire that destroyed my homeland.
Gabranth, do not blame yourself anymore.
You confound me, brother. You failed Landis. You failed Damaska. All you were to protect. Yet you still hold on to your honor. How?
I had someone more important to defend. And defender I have. How is it that you have survived? Is it not because you defend Lord Larsa?
Silence! All was stripped from me. Only hatred for the brother who fled our homeland remains mine. Tell me, why do you forsake that which you must hold most precious?
I do as I must, brother. Or is that not answer enough?
Also, yeah, I'd just like to say that,
Futile Bosh. Long have I walked in hatred's company. As long as I can curse your name, I shall not be defeated.
Then come! Wield your hatred and crush me! I welcome it!
there we go. It would be funny to me, because if you remember in Secret of Mana, there's only the one escape rope. So if there's only one escape rope in all at FF12, it would be funny to me if Gabranth is the one who has it. But yeah, this is really indicating just how broken and beaten and lost of a person Gabranth is. Someone who has no real purpose in going on, living, trying, anything. He says he has nothing left but his hatred, but really, he doesn't even have that. He fights because that's the only thing he knows how to do. There's alcohol in it, Shadow.
Have you your fill of this?
I would ask you the same. Let this end, Noah.
I have no right to be called by that name.
Then live and reclaim it.
Also, the similarities to Noah could be debated here, but the thing that I'm always reminded of is Noah from Final Fantasy III. But I don't want to get too much into that. That's another whole other thing. Let's just move on. Let's rebuff, because we've got a couple of boss fights, and one of them's going to be a little interesting. Just gonna get our rebuffs going on here. And a save state, just for safety's sake. That's it, by the way. That was the last dungeon. Those 3 rooms. So I was correct. My memory was not playing tricks on me.
I bid you welcome to my sky fortress, the Bahamut.
Yep, drink.
I must apologize for my delay in welcoming you aboard my ship. Permit me to ask, who are you? An angel of vengeance? Or perchance a saint of salvation?
I am simply myself. No more and no less. And I want only to be free.
Such a woman is not fit to bear the burden of rule. Weep for Dalmasca, for she is lost. Observe well, Larsa. Watch and mark you, The suffering of one who must rule, yet lacks the power.
No.
Hmm?
No, brother. I will not.
Notice how he's shaking.
Though I lack your power, I will still persist.
Bold words, child.
Am I the only one who thinks Vayne was proud of Larsa for bearing his sword against him here? Is that just me? I wonder how heavy that armor is.
Larsa.
Alright, so this is the easy fight. Not worried about this one.
Your lives are forfeit, and your insurgents with them. Dalmasca will again know order. For good and all, I shall bring your futile attempts at rebellion to an end.
25 pounds is nothing. He's probably fine then.
What am I to do with those who would oppose me? I'll show them death.
I do think it's interesting how Vayne has quickenings. Of course, I've always believed that's part of the Nethicite thing. Or Vana personal, one of the two. I feel that way a lot, Aguirre. See you around, Samurai. Sorry, I won't see you for the finale.
Larsa!
Gabranth cared about Larsa because he was asked to take care of him by several people. And when everything else was taken from him, his following to Gramis, his following to Vayne, his Judge Magistrate position, his kingdom, you know, everything else was taken from him. The only thing he had left was caring for Larsa. So that's why he cared about him so much at the end there. Also, Vayne looks so gross here, in my opinion. Just, ugh. I guess that's the point, that his body has literally been shaped by Vana.
Manufactured Nethicite.
But especially his face just looks wrong. He was asked by Gramis, he was asked by Drace, and he was asked by Vayne to look after Larsa. There you go. 3 names that I know of off the top of my head.
Behold the power left me by our fallen friend. Gabranth, you will defend my brother. He will have much need in the hell to follow.
Okay. Then I shall.
Yes, I will defend Lord Larsa.
The hound strays. Treason bears a price.
One I gladly pay.
It would be awesome if they let us have our whole party for this fight instead of just 3. But whatever. Round 2. The annoyance round. I'm going to change our gamuts up slightly for this one. That should be good. Yeah, this is, by the way, an excellent example of the one-winged angel theory. In other words, there's probably no real chance for Vayne after this to go back to things as they were. As I've discussed many times in how the one-winged angel theory works. Okay, stop buffing people who can't be buffed. Well, shoot. One-winged angel theory is the concept that when you go one-winged angel...
We know a new dynast king, and man will keep his own history. The tyranny of the gods is ended. We are their puppets no more. The freedom for which we have longed is at hand.
Yes, that's already true. We've already done that. Anyways, one-winged angel theory is when a boss or an enemy or an individual goes one-winged angel, they're not like... you know, it's not like they always had this power or whatever. They are basically sacrificing the remainder of their life, either their ambition, or their goals, or their literal life, for one last attempt at monstrous levels of power in order to defeat you. Because at that point, all they care about is revenge, or they're angry, or they're not thinking straight, or they're insane, or whatever. And at that point in time, all they care about is this one last battle. So it's basically a sacrifice, getting rid of everything they have left in order to kill you. That's the one-winged angel theory. So I've often said that this is one-winged angel moment for Vayne here, that there is no future for him, no whether he wins or loses this fight. That is absolutely true after the next boss, but I still think that was true at this point. Ow. Very Vader moment there. Yes, Gerlin deliberately did not have a one-winged angel moment.
Here I pay my debt.
Burn in hell! Go once!
Remember, it's absorptive of magical energy. Oh! Yeah, okay, that probably hurt. It's possible he could have just lived the rest of his life malformed, but based on how horrifying he looked and how horrible the transformation looked, I don't think that was a healthy transformation. I think that it probably was going to ruin him one way or the other.
Bosh, tell me, he is a good master? Aye.
I'm kind of okay with Gabranth dying here because this is him after losing the fight at the Pharos, and then somehow surviving the Pharos because he had the one escape rope, and then losing the fight to us, and then getting the crap beaten out of him by Vayne. So I'm okay with Gabranth dying here, but it still kind of sucks. So now we officially get into the one-winged angel moment. Yes, Nicholas, that's a great parallel, and War Wager also has an excellent way to put it. So I want to pause because this moment is awesome. This is the moment where we realize that Vayne and Vana had an actual friendship and partnership going on. That they actually cared about each other and each other's goals. And that Vana, having accomplished all that he wanted, now is willing to die simply to ensure that Vayne does not die alone. Which is awesome, by the way. And then there's this fight, and God, I hate this fight. But whatever, we'll get to it.
Vana!
This is also another scene why I don't think Vayne is completely evil.
I am no Dynast King. You must find another. One who might realize your ambitions.
They are fulfilled beyond your knowing. The Christ is sundered. Age of Stones complete. From the Undying Ones the world is freed. You shall not tread this path alone. Together we go. Come.
We shall die together. His face looks a lot less screwed up in the CGI that we're about to see. Also, what he's about to look like looks really cool, and then it all just goes really horrifying.
Eager to learn what has happened here. History begins anew.
Yeah, if you notice, his muscles occasionally twitch just wrong, if you're paying attention. So yeah, he just took out a frigate by himself there, if you didn't notice that. This is without question a one-winged angel moment, though. So he pulls pieces of the Bahamut together to form himself into a Bahamut, and it looks really, really cool for about 2 seconds. So yeah, this looks really cool. I'm with this. And then it gets bad. Really quickly. And just gets downright disturbing looking. Complete with a weird, creepy skull thing over his head. Last boss. Now this boss is annoying for 2 reasons. Number 1, no health bars. You have no idea how well you're doing. Number 2, he likes to put up palings periodically. Oh, and number 3, he likes to do things that hurt. Every now and again. It looks a little bit too much to me, Deutsch. Like, it's got that over-designed thing going for it. And then there's the skull over his head, which just really bothers me. The music's great. Hell yeah. You probably didn't even notice. He's actually already pulled up and dropped a paling as of this point in time. And we win. Now, his death is very appropriate. This is what happens when you pull a one-winged angel moment. You burn out everything you have left. And there's not even anything left of you, because you burnt it all out. The only thing left is nothing. Literally down to ash. Ironically. We win. I love how Thrawn and Balthier are just like, yep, Save the world. Be to God. Cool. So we still need to stop the war. Now, forgive me for being a pragmatist, or perhaps a cynic, but I am amazed Rosaria did not just go to war anyways. They had plenty of pretext for doing so, and plenty of desire to do so. Yeah, you're still in a battle, guys, remember? People are dying right now. Also, every time I see this area, I just think of Dissidia.
Well, can we fly?
No fuel goes to the Glossair engines.
Damn. Vaughn, you're in charge. I'm checking the engine room.
Right.
Fran, with me?
Look! Bahamut's Glossair rings are stopping!
Yeah. Oh, by the way, drink, because Bahamut.
Vaughn, as soon as the Strahls rings move, you take off. Understood? You can fly her, Vaughn. Just do it like I told you.
Don't worry.
In all those cutscenes, we never showed.
Interference from Bahamut's Skystone.
Drink.
Fickle girl, you keep her working for us.
I'll see what I can do.
Bash, look after Larsa, will you?
You will.
How Solidor should crumble. The Empire would fail. And civil war would take us all. I understand.
In fairness, Gabranth is right there.
Larsa is our last hope.
If the House Solidor did not seize control after this, Arcadia would be into massive civil war. So, by the way, notice how stuff is actually starting to get through the paling at this point.
We can go.
Right. Let's go. Grab onto something.
Sir, it's the Stroll. She's left Bahamut. She's
Drink.
moving away. The Stroll. They made it. At last. The Bahamut has fallen.
Drink.
The final test is upon us. The judges shall rule us no more. Main cannon on the Alexander.
This is Judge Magister Gabranth. All forces cease fire. I repeat, all units of the Arcadian army, hold your fire.
By the way, if you ever wondered if Zargabath was an awesome guy, we're about to see how awesome he
We have
is.
signed a ceasefire with the Shelia Benargan Delmasca, Her Royal Majesty.
Attention. This is Larsa Farinus Solidor.
My brother Vane has died with honor in battle. The Imperial fleet is now under my command.
Sir, your orders, sir.
It could be a trick. Although, there's really no reason for it to be.
This is Ashelia Delmasca.
The Lady Ash. Thank the gods you live.
I confirm what Judge Magister Gabranth and Larsa Solidor have said here.
Please stand down your attack. The war is over.
Both sides.
Evilise looks to the horizon.
What's to say? Both sides.
A new day has dawned. We are free.
But seriously, Zargabath is awesome, and he's about to show it. See, the Bahamut is about to fall on the paling over Dalmasca. And the paling can't... Oh, drink. The paling can't push back something of that mass. It's just too much.
Take it, sir.
This is Judge Zargabath, captain of the Alexander, flagship of the 12th Damascan fleet of the Arcadian army.
Yeah.
I address all ships in Rabanaster's airspace. The Bahamut must not be
Drink.
allowed to fall on the city of Rabanaster.
We are preparing to ram her. Do not interfere.
Madness.
Should she fall, the paling will not hold.
And all Rabanaster will be obliterated.
Yep.
All ships, concentrate your fire on the Alexander's remains once Bahamut is clear of the city.
Drink.
Hasty, aren't they? I think it's a little early to be throwing away our lives just yet.
Balthier? Wait, Balthier, where are you?
Oh, Vaughn. Sounds like you made it out okay. The Strahle's a fine airship, eh?
What does he think he's doing? Balthier!
Marquis, stop that
Drink.
judge on the Alexander for me,
I'm
would you?
out of drink.
Just getting somewhere with these glossair rings. Almost done. Don't want him ramming me before I fix them, do we?
Balthier, do you understand exactly what it is you're doing?
Princess! No need to worry. I hope you haven't forgotten my role in this little story. I'm the leading man. You know what they say about the leading man? He never dies.
So here's a weird thought for you guys. How many of you would have preferred it if Balthier had stayed died? Like if he had died from this?
Do I have to do everything around here?
Listen to me, Balthier. Get out of Bahamut immediately.
Drink.
Please, Balthier, you mustn't die.
Please, Balthier. Come back.
I'd say you're in more of a supporting role.
Fran, please. Vaughn, the Strahle's in your hands. You'd better take care of her, you hear?
Oh, Balthier's awesome.
Scratch on her when I get back.
Roger that. We'll be waiting for you.
Balthier!
I also like the tower that Bahamut makes. That just becomes a fixture of the terrain hereafter. I would have liked to see that more covered in the Fortress sequel that they were working on, that they never actually made. What was it called? They actually had a name for it. Like Final Fantasy XII Fortress something. There was another word in there. I don't remember what it was. Is there singing during this? Because if there is, I have to cut this off, like right now. It just occurred to me. Yep, there is. Okay, so we're just going to mute that. Because of copyright. Sorry, guys. You know how it is. Or maybe you don't. God, I don't think I could play, like, any of the ending then. Because this song is going to play for, like, the entire ending. Well, whatever. So, yay. They win... and stuff happens, and... God, that's terrible. I hate copyright. Garbage. Frickin'... whatever. Let's just do this. Let's see what it does. I hate that garbage. Didn't even occur to me until, like, the music started up, and I'm like, oh, crap, that's right. There's gonna be a song for this. So we should be okay for this section. So that was like the epilogue thing, for those of you who haven't seen it. Penelo and Vaughn have actually become sky pirates, which will lead into Revenant Wings, unfortunately. Balthier did survive the crashing of the Bahamut. And Ash has taken over and misses everyone. Larsa is in charge of Arcadia now, with Gabranth, aka Bosch, as his second and bodyguard. It came this way, Odson? I don't know what else to say to that. I'm telling you, Balthier should have died. It would have been awesome. He could have just... And we could have seen his broken body bleeding and... No, I'm kidding. In all honesty, I just think a sacrifice might have been... Well, maybe not. I don't know. I'd have to think about that some more. I think... See you around, Lord Omicron. I think that if Balthier wasn't going to die, which I kind of agree with, they never should have tried to imply that he was going to die. But now I'm arguing with myself on that point. Because at no point did he feel like... Okay, so everyone's like, oh my god, Balthier's making this great sacrifice. But Balthier himself never acted like that, which is very in character for him. Just, you know, ugh, come on, really? I have to do everything myself. Alright, let's go. Come on, we gotta escape the dying fortress. Come on, let's go. Heave to. So I think, actually, I've taken back all of my objections, because ultimately it does actually fit him and his character. So, never mind. Now, what? I need to look this up. What was the name of the sequel they were making for this? Revenant... I'm not talking about Revenant Wings. There was another thing they were working on. You know, this is an interesting point. FF12 is at this exact moment in time the only game in the whole FF series that is only available on the PS2. Everything else has been ported at least once somewhere. Let's see. Wait, Yuri Lowenthal was in this. Oh, he played Rex. I didn't know that. Yeah, weird thought, isn't it, Zeiss? Okay. What do we got here? Yes, Vossler was voiced by Nolan North. What do you mean, Shadow? Oh, if I had like a 1 day of a purge thing of whatever. I don't know, I'd probably have something prepped to go live that 1 day. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work that way, because the moment the purge ended, copyright laws would come back into effect, and then I'd have to pull any videos I did back down. Yes, FF13 Chillrun. I'm just gonna... I don't know where to go with that joke. I don't know. Let's say the only way to play FF13 is chill. I think I'll go that direction with it. So in August of 2015 was the last time we heard discussion about the FF12 remake. We don't know if the word remake is being used the way I would use it there. I imagine he actually means port, and that's some marketing lingo. But, yeah. Let's see. Oh, apparently it was just called Fortress. Fortress was the code name for the game developed as a spin-off of the Final Fantasy series, set as a sequel to Final Fantasy XII, intended for Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and Windows, where the player would have played as Bosch von Ronsenberg. Although never officially announced, its existence was revealed, yada 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 yada. The title was never formally acknowledged, and apparently, as stated, Fortress will never actually be released. It has been abandoned. They had an entire... they were deliberately going to try and make a gameplay style based on, and I'm quoting here, Dark Souls. With some charts and things I'm looking at here. The game begins with Bosch and a small squadron leading to and defending a fortress from waves of enemies coming up from the sea. As the game would progress, more of Ivalice's population would become aware of the imminent danger and sent more soldiers to help. Among them a few Arcadian judges and other people sympathetic to Bosch's cause. Boss fights were a major feature in the game. And the story was planned to go over 8 in-game seasons, or 2 years, with a massive boss per season. And yada 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 yada. This was a sequel to FF12, as I mentioned. Ash would be present, but not a playable character. Larsa would be a major character. The fortress itself, which is an Arcadian fortress, obviously, since we're playing as Bosch, aka Gabranth, the new Gabranth, which is built into a mountain near Arcadia, yada yada yada. There's some kind of floating core, some kind of awesome floating fortress thing going on there. The fortress itself was an abandoned fortress, magical and ancient place that had been defended. The world from the king who rose up to try to invade the world. The only thing is to stop the fortress. Nobody in the world seriously believed they could show up to the end. Yada, yada, yada. The very, very rough thing we had here was Chapter 2 was entering the fortress, Chapter 3 was defending the gates and the duel of the front gates, Chapter 4 was the friendship duel, Chapter 5 was the assassination, Chapter 6 was saving Grom, no idea who that is, and then boarding the floating core, and then Chapter 7 was going to be rushing out onto the ice. And apparently there was some kind of ancient sea king who attacks, you know, every so often, who is going to be going, "Rawr, I'm going to kill everything." And he was intent on killing Ash, along with everyone else, of course. Everyone, of course, referred to Bosch as Judge Gabranth for reasons that I don't have to tell you guys. And about a charge. Zargabath would be there and would be awesome. Airships could not be used around the area, but okay, I gotta quote this one word for word, because this is the first thing I've read that sounds negative about all this. There would have been an initial romance between Ash and Bosch, but towards the end, she would have developed feelings for Larsa, while Bosch was engrossed in his fight against Leomund, that's the invading guy from the sea, and the relationship would have fallen apart. The decision to make them grow apart was to show that romances can fall in the face of duty and passions. Bosch would have faced challenges, defending his fortress, allying with the demigod Locked, and torn between his self-appointed duty and his growing feelings for Ash, who developed feelings for Larsa. He would have come into conflict with Zargabath after his true identity was revealed, resulting in temporary imprisonment, and then when he had the chance to escape, Bosch decides to stay behind with the defeated Leomund at the cost of his life. The epilogue would have seen Locked taking Bosch's body to Leomund Castle, where he had been resurrected to become the new Sea King. Oh my god, that's horrible! In case you didn't catch that, so the Sea King is a recurring character who rises to conquer the land every so often, and specifically take revenge on one person who killed him. And so Bosch would become the new Sea King. What? Would you like to, do you want to start a game in strong mode? This mode cannot be started anywhere else. What is strong mode? Yeah, it sounds like a very Davy Jones situation. Bosch would become the new Davy Jones. Not sure I like that. Not sure I like the relationship thing, too. What the heck is this? What is strong mode? I know what strong bad is. Well, that sounded awesome right up until Ash and Larsa having a romance, and Bosch turning into Davy Jones. I mean, I'm sorry. Bosch deserves better than that. Holy crap, so we're back at... Oh my god, it's Groundhog Day all over again. It's Groundhog Day. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you, Aguiar, for that brilliant thing. I'm just going to set a save state here, in case I ever actually feel like doing strong mode, which I do not right now. Go away. Well, that has been Final Fantasy XII International. I hope you've enjoyed. I hope that when FF12 Maniac actually sees that, he enjoys this. I'm going to go ahead and shut this off and go do other things. I haven't decided if I'm going to stream tomorrow or not. I do have other things to stream. I also have some other work to do. So, yeah. Wait a minute. Did I have 4,000 HP? Hang on. Did I really? Hang on. If that's actually New Game Plus, that needs to be noted. Holy crap! There really is a New Game Plus to International Mode. Wow. It's okay. It's not a complete New Game Plus. What it is there's strong mode and weak mode. Strong mode, all characters begin at 90, and that's how you start it. And weak mode, all characters begin at 1 and never level up. So that's the thing. Anyways, okay. So now that we know that, yeah, I'm gonna go do other stuff.